guys, tonight we're not just opening a book, are we? No. Tonight we're stepping into a time machine. The kind that doesn't just show you pictures, but wraps you in the heat, the dust, and the ancient, almost primordial whispers of a land that birthed civilization as we know it. You're going to feel the dry, arid air prickle your skin as if it's been baking under a relentless sun for millennia. Taste the fine, gritty sand that billows off dunes stretching to the horizon and catch the faint, sweet and sour scent of the Nile's lifeblood. Imagine, if you will, the distant, rhythmic clang of copper chisels on stone, echoing across an endless desert, shaping monuments that still defy belief. You hear the lowing of cattle, the rustle of papyrus reeds, and perhaps, just perhaps, the murmur of a language so old, it feels like it's being spoken by the very wind. It's a place of stark contrasts, endless golden sand against the vibrant, fertile green of the riverbanks, monumental silence against the tireless hum of human endeavor. It's glorious, it's terrifying, and honestly, you probably wouldn't survive a week there without modern medicine, bug spray, and an air-conditioned tent. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you right now. It's always cool to see how far these stories travel. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You find yourself standing on the banks of the Nile, not in some grand, columned hall, but perhaps a good 7,000 years ago. Forget the pyramids. Forget the pharaohs, they're not even a glimmer in some desert chieftain's eye yet. You're in a landscape that feels both alien and strangely familiar. The sun is an unforgiving disk in a sky so blue it almost hurts to look at. And the heat. Oh, the heat is a constant, suffocating blanket that presses down on you, making your skin feel like parchment. You can almost feel the sweat trickling down your back, evaporating before it even has a chance to form. Proper beads. This isn't the unified, majestic Egypt of your history books. This is a patchwork quilt of small, scattered communities, little oases of human life clinging to the ribbon of fertility that is the Nile. Imagine dozens, maybe hundreds, of tiny villages, each a collection of huts built from mud and reeds, nestled among the date palms and the lush green fields that stretch for only a few short miles from the river's edge before giving way to the unforgiving desert. You're surrounded by people whose lives are dictated by the river's rhythm, a rhythm that has been beating for millennia. You watch as a group of men, their skin sun-baked and leathery, expertly navigate a small reed boat, perhaps just a simple raft, across the shimmering water. They're probably fishing, or maybe heading to a small island to gather papyrus, the plant that will one day become the very paper of their civilization. It's a world of immediacy, of day-to-day survival. You learn to read the river, to anticipate its annual surge, the asterisk inundation asterisk, as they call it. This isn't a gentle rising. It's a powerful, life-giving flood that swallows the riverbanks, whole depositing rich, dark silt that makes the land unbelievably fertile. Without it, this entire civilization wouldn't just struggle. It simply wouldn't exist. It's truly the gift of the Nile, as Herodotus would later call it. Centuries and centuries from now, you realize that you're standing at the very beginning of that gift. You feel the soft, damp earth beneath your bare feet. Surprisingly cool in the shade of a sycamore tree. The air here, closer to the water, carries the scent of damp earth, growing plants, and maybe a hint of the cooking fires from a nearby settlement. You can see simple tools lying about, polished stone axes, flint knives, rudimentary hoes for tilling the soil. These aren't the craftsmen who will carve granite into impossibly smooth statues. These are people perfecting the art of planting barley and emmer wheat, herding cattle, and building simple granaries to store their precious harvest. Their lives are tough, short, and incredibly focused on the practicalities of survival. Disease is rampant, injuries are often fatal, and a bad flood year means famine. It really puts your own Amazon delivery habit into perspective, doesn't it? As the sun begins its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and deep purples, you notice the sounds shift. The buzzing of insects intensifies, a frog chorus begins, and you might hear the distant howl of a jackal or maybe even a lion. Though they're growing rarer these days, people gather round their fires, telling stories, perhaps sharing myths about the gods of the river and the sky, the forces they believe control their destiny. There's no grand pantheon yet, just localized deities, spirits tied to specific places, a sacred grove, a particularly swift current in the river. You see the first glimmerings of what will become their complex religious beliefs, born out of a profound connection to their environment. Fast forward a bit, maybe 1,000 years or so, and you see the first true stirrings of something bigger. Those scattered villages have started to coalesce. You now see larger towns, some even fortified with mud brick walls, suggesting that not all interactions between communities are peaceful. People are specializing. You're no longer just a farmer. You might be a potter, creating beautiful, functional vessels from the Nile clay. Or perhaps you're a weaver, crafting linen from flax grown in the fields. The concept of trade routes is emerging, not just within Egypt, but perhaps down into Nubia for gold and ivory, or across the desert for valuable stones. You stand in a bustling market square, feeling the jostle of bodies, hearing the bartering voices, the bleating of goats, the clatter of pots. It's louder, more complex than before. And you notice something new. Symbols. These aren't just pictures. They're becoming standardized. Almost like a proto-language. You see them scratched onto pottery, etched into small ivory tags. These are the very earliest forms of what will eventually become hieroglyphs. A system of writing that will endure for thousands of years. A secret code for the divine and the bureaucratic. It's fascinating how a simple need to keep track of grain yields or trade goods can spark such monumental intellectual development, isn't it? Suddenly, the air shifts again. There's a palpable sense of tension, of change. Communities are banding together, forming larger political entities. You hear whispers of two emerging kingdoms: Upper Egypt, stretching south with its arid landscape and distinctive white crown, and Lower Egypt, the lush, watery delta to the north, symbolized by its red crown. Historians still argue whether this unification was a gradual, organic process of alliance and shared culture, or a series of bloody conquests. But you can feel the pressure building, the inevitability of these two distinct powers clashing, or perhaps merging. And then it happens. You witness the merging, or perhaps the subjugation, of these two lands. You might see a scene reminiscent of the Narmer palette, one of the most iconic artifacts of this early period. You're not looking at a painting, you're feeling the raw power of it. Imagine yourself in a jubilant, yet slightly terrified, crowd. There's a figure larger than life, perhaps King Narmer, or maybe a legendary king known as Means. Scholarly debate still rages over whether they are one and the same, or if Means was a later, perhaps mythical, figure who completed what Narmer began. This powerful individual stands before you, wearing the towering white crown of Upper Egypt, signifying his dominion over the southern land. He is poised, in a moment frozen in time, to strike down a kneeling captive. Around him, chaos, the bodies of slain enemies, their heads neatly placed between their legs. A grim testament to the violence of this unification, but also symbols of order. The falcon god Horus, ever present, overseeing the triumph. Then, on the other side of the palette, you see him again, now wearing both crowns, the double crown, symbolizing his mastery over both Upper and Lower Egypt. It's a dramatic visual statement. From chaos, a single, unified power emerges. You feel the tremor of awe, and perhaps a touch of fear, ripple through the onlookers. This isn't just a king. This is a living god. With this unification, around 3100 BCE, the early dynastic period begins. The capital is established at Memphis, strategically located at the very point where Upper and Lower Egypt meet. A perfect nexus for control. You walk through its nascent streets, feeling the packed earth underfoot. The sun's still beating down, but now the air is filled with a different kind of energy. This is a city, not just a village. You see scribes, their figures hunched over papyrus, painstakingly recording decrees. You see laborers constructing walls, temples, and palaces modest by later standards, but impressive for their time. This is where bureaucracy is born, where the power of the state begins to formalize. The pharaoh, as he is now called, is not just a ruler. He is the embodiment of Horus on earth, the link between the human world and the divine. You feel the weight of this belief in the air, a silent, pervasive force that shapes every aspect of life. Funerary practices begin to evolve rapidly. The simple pit graves of earlier times are replaced by grander structures. You see the early mastabas, rectangular, flat-topped tombs made of mud brick, reminiscent of giant benches. They're meant to house the deceased king and his possessions, to ensure his journey to the afterlife, and crucially, to allow his spirit, his asterisk car asterisk, to return and inhabit his body or a statue. This concept of the asterisk car asterisk, a life force that endures after death, becomes central to Egyptian belief, underpinning the entire pyramid-building enterprise that will soon consume their civilization. You visit one of these early mastabas, feeling the cool, dusty air within its narrow passages. It's dimly lit by flickering oil lamps, revealing walls adorned with simple, yet evocative, carvings depicting daily life, offerings, and protective spells. The sheer effort involved in building even these early tombs is staggering. You watch the procession of workers, men hauling heavy stones on sledges, others mixing mud brick, all under the watchful eyes of overseers. There's a palpable sense of purpose, a collective effort driven by faith in their ruler and the promise of an eternal afterlife for him, which in turn ensures the prosperity of Egypt itself. It's a remarkable piece of social engineering, if you think about it. How do you get an entire population to dedicate so much labor to one person's death? Belief, pure and simple. As the early dynastic period progresses through the first and second dynasties, the kings grow more powerful, their tombs more elaborate. You see the first attempts at using stone in architecture, a monumental leap from mud brick. The royal burials at Abydos, for instance, are surrounded by smaller graves, sometimes hundreds of them, containing the bodies of retainers, animals, and servants. Historians still grapple with whether these were voluntary sacrifices, people choosing to accompany their divine king into the afterlife, or if they were forced. The prevailing theory now leans towards less explicit human sacrifice than previously thought, perhaps more symbolic. But the sheer scale of the devotion is undeniable. Imagine dying so your boss has company in the afterlife. That's a serious commitment. Then, as the second dynasty draws to a close, a new era dawns. You feel the shift, a tightening of the reins, a surge of ambition. The third dynasty begins, and with it, the true birth of what we call the Old Kingdom, the age of pyramids. You're walking on the Saqqara Plateau, a vast, desolate expanse of rock and sand. The air is thick with dust, the sun relentless. But something incredible is taking shape on the horizon. You see him, the Pharaoh Djoser, a powerful and innovative ruler. But more importantly, you see his brilliant vizier, Imhotep. This isn't just a vizier. This man is a polymath, a true genius, an architect, a physician, a high priest, and an administrator. He's the kind of guy who probably balanced the royal budget, while simultaneously inventing eyeshadow and designing a new type of sand-sifting mechanism. Centuries later, he'll be deified as a god of medicine and wisdom, a testament to his incredible impact. You watch him, a figure of calm authority, overseeing a project of unprecedented scale and ambition. What you witness is the construction of the world's first large stone building, Djoser's Step Pyramid. You feel the ground vibrate with the rhythmic thud of thousands of workers, the sound of stone being dressed, chisels ringing against hard rock, is constant, a metallic symphony of progress. This isn't just a tomb, it's a monumental statement of power, a stairway to the heavens for the pharaoh's soul. You watch, mesmerized, as layer after layer of massive limestone blocks are carefully cut, transported from quarries often miles away, and then set in place. It starts as a series of mastobas stacked one on top of the other, gradually getting smaller, creating a colossal, six-stepped structure that rises majestically against the endless blue sky. It's a truly revolutionary design, moving from the simple, flat-topped mastaba to something that reaches for the divine. Imhotep, you realize, isn't just building a tomb. He's inventing a new way of building, mastering the use of stone on a scale never before imagined. You walk among the construction sites, dodging lines of laborers hauling sledges laden with massive stones, feeling the grit of the dust on your skin, hearing the shouts of the foreman. The sheer organization required to pull this off is mind-boggling. Think about it. Thousands of skilled craftsmen and laborers, all needing to be fed, housed, and managed. It's an administrative nightmare, a logistical puzzle of epic proportions. How did they coordinate all these moving parts without modern communication or heavy machinery? Historians still debate the precise methods of labor organization was. It conscripted corvée labor, where citizens worked for the state during the flood season, or paid workers, or a mix of both. You can't help but be impressed by the scale of human endeavor dedicated to one man's eternal rest. Around the step pyramid, a vast complex takes shape, temples, courtyards, chapels, all enclosed within a stunning limestone wall, meant to mirror the white walls of Memphis. You wander through a colonnade, feeling the smooth, cool stone beneath your fingers, gazing up at the intricately carved capitals. It's breathtaking. A silent testament to a civilization finding its architectural voice. The very idea of eternity, of transcending mortal life, is being etched into the landscape in stone dot as Joseph's reign ends. The foundation has been laid. The blueprint for the truly colossal pyramids is now established. The next pharaohs of the Third Dynasty continue to experiment with stone construction, refining techniques, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. You sense a growing confidence, a feeling that anything can be achieved through the combined will of a divine king and a meticulously organized state. Then comes Snefru, the first pharaoh of the Fourth Dynasty, a ruler whose ambition knows no bounds. You're with him, or rather, watching him, as he embarks on an architectural spree that would make any modern developer green with envy. He's often credited with building more stone masonry than any other pharaoh in history. You witness his first attempt, the pyramid at Medum, which started as a step pyramid and was then controversially converted into a true pyramid. You see the cracks, the collapses, the frantic efforts to stabilize it. It's a spectacular failure, in some ways, but a crucial learning experience. It teaches them what asterisk, not asterisk, to do. The limits of their current understanding next. You see him at Dosha, trying again. The bent pyramid, it's called. You watch in fascination as the angle of its sides suddenly changes halfway up, giving it its distinctive, awkward profile. Was it a structural flaw? A change in the building plan due to fear of collapse? Perhaps lessons learned from Medum? Or did they just run out of time and resources before the king died? Scholars still ponder the exact reasons for its peculiar shape. But even with its bent appearance, it's a marvel of engineering, a nearly perfect pyramid, just odd. You feel the heat radiating off its smooth, polished casing stones, the sheer weight of it pressing down on the desert floor. And finally, you witness his triumphant masterpiece, the Red Pyramid, also at Dosha. This is it. This is the first true, geometrically perfect pyramid. You stand at its base, craning your neck, feeling dwarfed by its immense scale. It's a reddish hue, thanks to the local limestone used in its construction. The silence around it is profound, broken only by the whisper of the wind carrying desert. Sand, it's a testament to perfected technique, to overcoming colossal challenges. Snefru built 3 pyramids, refining his craft with each one. He's preparing the stage, setting the bar incredibly high. He's pushing the boundaries of what humans can achieve, building structures that scream eternity from every angle. You can almost hear the collective sigh of relief, or maybe it's just awe. From the thousands of people involved in these colossal projects, the techniques are honed, the logistics ironed out, the stage is perfectly set. The next generation of pharaohs, Snefru's successors, will take this perfected art form and push it to its absolute zenith, creating monuments that will define Egypt in the global imagination. For millennia to come, you can almost feel the anticipation in the air. You can almost feel the anticipation in the air. And then, boom, the earth doesn't just tremble. It vibrates because the stage isn't just set. It's about to be utterly dwarfed by something so ridiculously, mind-bogglingly immense that even for 1,500 years later, it still makes you question every engineering feat since Enter Khufu or Cheops. If you're feeling a bit more Greek, he's Snefru's son. And let's be honest, the man clearly had some serious daddy issues. Because how else do you explain wanting to build something even bigger than your father's 3 massive pyramids? He inherited not just the throne, but a perfected blueprint, a seasoned workforce, and an economy geared towards one thing: building really big stone boxes for the king's eternal rest. You find yourself on the Giza Plateau, a vast limestone expanse rising gently from the fertile Nile Valley. The air here, even after millennia, still hums with a faint echo of human effort. Imagine the sheer audacity of choosing this spot. It's not just a construction site. It's a celestial landing pad, a mountain carved by man, designed to guide a god-king directly to the stars. The Great Pyramid of Giza, Khufu's ultimate statement. You stand at its base, craning your neck so far back you risk permanent neck damage. It's not just big, it's incomprehensibly, impossibly massive. This isn't just a pile of rocks. It's 2.3 million precisely cut stone blocks, each weighing an average of 2.5 tons, some more than 15 tons, stacked to a height that originally scraped the sky at 146 meters. That's about 481 feet, if you're doing the math in your head. For over 3,800 years, it was the tallest man-made structure on Earth. Think about that for a second. From the moment it was finished until the Eiffel Tower showed up, nothing surpassed it. Nothing. You squint against the relentless glare reflecting off the remaining outer casing stones. Back then, it would have been completely sheathed in. Highly polished, brilliant white Tura limestone, gleaming like a beacon for miles. It would have been dazzling, almost painful to look at. A white diamond erupting from the desert floor. Now, most of that pristine casing is gone, recycled for other buildings over the centuries, leaving behind the stepped, rugged core you see today. Still, even stripped bare, it radiates an almost alien presence. How in the name of all that is sacred did they build this without modern cranes, without bulldozers, without even the wheel for heavy loads? Anyway, historians still argue about the exact methods. Of course, because that's what historians do. Was it a massive straight ramp, or spiraling ramps, or a combination of both? Perhaps a system of levers and ropes to lift blocks once they were near the top. You watch as thousands upon thousands of men, their skin slick with sweat, muscles straining, whole massive limestone blocks up earthen ramps, the rhythmic chanting of the work gangs, the crack of whips, though likely more for motivation than punishment, as these weren't slaves in the traditional sense, but skilled and unskilled labor, many working during the annual flood season when their fields were submerged, and the constant asterisk thump 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 asterisk of heavy stone being dragged over wooden rollers echo across the plateau. The precision is frankly unnerving. The base is almost a perfect square, aligned with astonishing accuracy to true north. The joints between the blocks are so fine you can barely slip a credit card between them. It's like they had laser levels and CAD software. No wonder the alien conspiracy theories abound, though you suspect the truth, that it was sheer human ingenuity. Organization and backbreaking labor is even more impressive. Imagine the sheer administrative nightmare of coordinating all this, feeding 20,000 to 30,000 workers, housing them, providing tools, managing quarries, transporting materials from across the Nile and even hundreds of miles away. It required a centralized government, an almost absolute pharaoh, and an incredibly robust economy. This wasn't just a building project, it was the ultimate job creation scheme. A massive public works program that shaped an entire nation. You somehow find yourself inside, navigating the narrow, claustrophobic passages. The air is cool, heavy with the scent of ancient dust and a faint, metallic tang. You duck your head through the low entrance, feeling the massive weight of the stone above you. You might crawl up the ascending passage, feeling the rough-hewn floor under your hands until you emerge into the magnificent grand gallery. It's a corbelled passage, meaning the walls lean inwards, creating a high, impressive tunnel that feels like it's sucking you towards the heavens. The engineering here is astounding, designed to withstand the crushing weight of the pyramid above. At the end, you finally reach the king's chamber. It's a stark granite room, almost devoid of decoration. But the sheer effort of getting those massive granite blocks here, some weighing 80 tons, from quarries hundreds of miles south, is mind-boggling. Above your head, you can almost feel the 5 relieving chambers, designed to divert the immense pressure away from the king's chamber's ceiling. There's a plain, lidless granite sarcophagus in the center. Empty, of course. No mummy was ever found here, nor any treasure. Was it robbed in antiquity? Or was the pharaoh's actual burial chamber elsewhere? A secret still locked deep within the pyramid's heart. Scholars still debate, still probe, still dream of finding the hidden truth. It's the ultimate escape room, minus the artisanal, coffee, and overly enthusiastic host. Just as your senses start to feel overwhelmed by Khufu's monument, the scene shifts slightly. You're still on Giza, but the air carries the faint scent of stone dust and the metallic ring of chisels. From a slightly different direction, you realize Khufu's son, or possibly grandson, Khafa Chefrin, is now on the throne. And he's got a grand vision of his own. His pyramid rises next to his father's, almost as tall, and sometimes appearing even taller because it's built on a slightly higher piece of ground. You can still see some of its original casing stones clinging to its apex, a pristine cap of polished limestone that gives you a glimpse of what Khufu's pyramid once looked like. It's a testament to the continued mastery of building techniques, a slightly less experimental, more confident structure. But it's not the pyramid that truly captures your attention with Khafa. No, it's the colossal beast slumbering at the edge of his valley temple, guarding his mortuary complex with an inscrutable gaze. The Great Sphinx. You approach it, feeling its ancient eyes, carved from the very bedrock of the plateau, following you. It's part lion, part man, specifically thought to be a portrait of Khafa himself. The sheer scale of it is breathtaking. 73 meters to 140 feet long, 20 meters, 66 feet high. Its face is battered by millennia of wind, sand, and perhaps a bit of target practice from Napoleonic soldiers, though the nose was likely gone long before them. You can almost hear the desert winds whispering secrets through its eroded ears. Scholars debate its exact purpose. Was it a guardian? A representation of the king as a powerful solar deity, embodying both strength and wisdom. Its alignment with the equinoxes suggests a deep astronomical significance. And what about the water erosion marks on its enclosure? Some fringe theories suggest it's far older than the 4th dynasty, perhaps even predating dynastic Egypt, hinting at a lost civilization. Mainstream Egyptology tends to disagree, pointing to architectural evidence linking it firmly to Khafa's reign. But you can't help but feel a shiver of mystery as you walk round it. It's truly one of those monuments that just asterisk is asterisk. No matter how many times you see it in pictures, standing before it is a completely different experience. You feel small, humbled, and acutely aware of the vast stretches of time it has witnessed. The sun begins to dip lower, casting long, dramatic shadows across the plateau, making the Sphinx seem even more alive, its silent roar echoing in the vast emptiness. And then another figure emerges from the golden dust, Menkaure Misranis, Khafa's son. His pyramid, the smallest of the three main Giza pyramids, stands proudly beside its colossal relatives. It's shorter, coming in at a mere 65 meters, 213 feet high. But what it lacks in sheer height, it makes up for in luxurious finishing. Its lower courses were originally encased in beautiful, dark red Aswan granite, a striking contrast to the white limestone of the upper sections. Imagine the logistical nightmare of transporting all that granite from quarries hundreds of miles south along the Nile, then dragging it up the plateau. It speaks to a subtle shift. Perhaps resources were becoming tighter, or perhaps the emphasis was moving from overwhelming size to refined aesthetic. Maybe Menkaure just had different taste, like preferring a designer watch over a monstrous grandfather clock. You visit his valley temple, still connected by a long causeway, where some of the most exquisite statues of the old kingdom were found. Beautifully sculpted triads showing Menkaure with the goddess Hathor and various regional deities. These aren't just crude carvings. They are masterpieces of naturalism and idealized form, showing a peak in Egyptian artistry. You feel the cool, smooth stone of these sculptures, marveling at the skill of the artisans who breathe such life into inert rock. Beyond the pharaohs and their monumental tombs, you start to notice the humming, vital ecosystem that supported this incredible era of construction. Giza wasn't just a royal cemetery, it was a bustling city. You walk past the remains of a vast workers' village, south of the main pyramids, where thousands of people lived, ate, slept, and worked. You smell the pervasive odor of baking bread from massive bakeries, enough to feed an army of laborers. You hear the clatter of pottery, the lowing of cattle, the shouts of supervisors, and the constant hum of human activity. This was no slave camp of popular imagination. Though life was undoubtedly hard, archaeological evidence suggests a well-organized society, rows of dormitories, administrative buildings, even breweries. Yes, breweries. Beer was a staple, not just for enjoyment, but as a source of calories and hydration, often safer than water. Imagine working all day hauling giant stones under the scorching sun, then getting your ration of ancient Egyptian brew. You might even stumble upon an ancient doctor's clinic, evidence of advanced medical practices, including surgical tools and knowledge of basic anatomy. These were skilled workers, artisans, foremen, scribes, and administrators, all part of a highly structured workforce. Their cemeteries reveal that while life was tough, they were cared for in death, receiving proper burials. The entire enterprise was a massive drain on the national economy. But it also served as a profound unifying force. The construction of the pyramids wasn't just about building a tomb for a king. It was a national identity project. It symbolized the stability and prosperity of the state, demonstrating the pharaoh's divine power and his ability to command vast resources and labor. It was an act of profound piety, ensuring the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife, which in turn guaranteed the continuation of asterisk Mot, cosmic order, justice, and harmony for all of Egypt. The pharaoh was the keystone. If he didn't make it to the stars, Egypt was doomed. Talk about job pressure. As the fourth dynasty draws to a close, the monumental scale of the pyramids begins to taper off slightly. While incredibly impressive, the cost and effort of building such colossal structures couldn't be sustained indefinitely. The pharaohs of the fifth dynasty, starting with Userkaf, still build pyramids, but they are generally smaller, less perfectly constructed, and the emphasis shifts slightly from the pure mass of the pyramid to the grandeur of the mortuary, temples, and, crucially, to the rise of the sun cult of Ra. You begin to see magnificent sun temples emerge, dedicated to the solar deity, demonstrating a growing importance of the priesthood. The pharaohs still claim divine lineage, but perhaps their earthly power is becoming just little less absolute, shared perhaps with powerful viziers and a growing bureaucracy. It's a subtle shift, like when a rock band decides to go from stadium-filling anthems to more introspective, acoustic sets. Still epic, but different. And within these later pyramids, something new and profound appears. The pyramid texts. You stand inside the burial chamber of King Unas, the last king of the fifth dynasty, and gaze up at the walls, covered from floor to ceiling with hieroglyphic inscriptions. These aren't just pretty pictures. These are the earliest known religious texts in the world. Funerary spells, hymns, and utterances designed to guide the deceased pharaoh safely through the perils of the underworld and ensure his successful rebirth among the stars. The air is thick with the weight of these ancient words, a desperate, hopeful plea for eternal life etched forever into stone. It's like a personalized instruction manual for the afterlife, complete with cheat codes. You feel the slight tremor in the ground. The glory days of the absolutely massive pyramids might be winding down, but the ambition, the belief, and the ingenuity that built them are still pulsing through the heart of Egypt. But even the most stable of empires, built on divine right and monumental stones, can't last forever without facing challenges. But even the most stable of empires, built on divine right and monumental stones, can't last forever without facing challenges. And boy, did the old kingdom have challenges. Brewing beneath its perfectly polished limestone veneer, you feel it slowly at first, like a subtle shift in the prevailing winds. The absolute, unshakable power of the pharaoh, once as solid as the Giza plateau itself, begins to erode. It's not a sudden, dramatic earthquake, but a slow, persistent weathering, like sand blasting away at a statue over centuries. The monumental, pyramids of the Fourth Dynasty had been a powerful flex, a statement of unparalleled central authority. But such displays of power are incredibly expensive, not just in labor and materials, but in the sustained administrative effort required to keep the whole machine running. As you move into the Sixth Dynasty, the pharaohs are still kings, still divine, but the landscape of power is changing. You notice it in the details. The tombs of the highest officials, the viziers and nomarchs, those provincial governors who ruled the administrative districts called nomes, are no longer clustered exclusively around the pharaoh's pyramid. Now, they're starting to crop up in their own home provinces, far from the capital. This might not sound like much, but imagine your local mayor deciding to build a personal mausoleum that rivals the White House, complete with intricate carvings of his glorious deeds, not just the president's. It's a subtle but significant power move. You stand in one of these provincial tombs, perhaps at Maya or Deir el-Gabrawi. The artwork is still beautiful, rich with scenes of daily life, hunting, feasting, and the deceased overseeing his vast estates. But there's a different feel to it. The inscriptions aren't just about the pharaoh. They're increasingly about the nomarch himself, his piety, his successes, his divine favor. These guys are becoming mini-pharaohs in their own right, accumulating wealth, land, and prestige. And crucially, their positions are becoming hereditary. Your dad was the nomarch. Congrats, you're probably next. This means the pharaoh can't just appoint loyal outsiders. He's dealing with entrenched local dynasties. It's like the federal government trying to rein in powerful state governors who suddenly decide they're sovereign entities. Good luck with that. The growing power of the priesthood also casts a long shadow. The cult of Ra, the sun god, has been steadily gaining influence since the Fifth Dynasty. You walk past colossal sun temples dedicated to Ra, with their towering obelisks piercing the sky. These temples aren't just religious centers, they're economic powerhouses. They own vast tracts of fertile land, staffed by thousands of priests and laborers, all generating income and resources that are increasingly separate from the direct control of the pharaoh. The priests become a powerful, wealthy, and often politically influential class. It's a slow-motion corporate takeover, but with more incense and fewer spreadsheets. And then there's the sheer, cumulative economic drain. Building one Giza pyramid was monumental. But imagine building *3*, plus multiple sun temples, then supporting the elaborate mortuary cults of all the deceased pharaohs. A never-ending parade of daily offerings, rituals, and priests to be fed, housed, and clothed for centuries after their deaths. It's like paying for a perpetual Netflix subscription for every dead relative, plus their entire entourage. The wealth of the nation was tied up in securing the afterlife for a select few. And while that ensured cosmic order, it also meant less flexible resources for other things, like, say, dealing with a famine or equipping an army for distant campaigns. The national treasury must have felt like a leaky bucket, constantly refilled but constantly draining. You feel the air grow heavy, a sense of something inevitable looming. Then comes the reign of Pepi II. Oh, Pepi II. You might know him as the pharaoh who reigned for an obscenely long time. We're talking 94 years according to some ancient lists, though modern estimates usually trim that down to a still incredible 64 years. Either way, he was on the throne for a very, very long time. Imagine having the same boss for 6 decades. What happens? They get old, they get tired. They outlive most of their most capable advisors and officials. You see Pepi II as a young king, then a middle-aged ruler, then finally an ancient, almost mythological figure, a living relic. His long reign, ironically, was a major contributing factor to the Old Kingdom's decline. A powerful, decisive pharaoh is essential for a highly centralized state. But a pharaoh who reigns for generation after generation risks losing touch, or simply becoming less effective. The central administration, once so efficient, becomes unwieldy, bureaucratic, and perhaps prone to corruption as officials become entrenched and less accountable. You hear whispers of incompetence, of power struggles among competing factions at court. It's like a massive corporation where the CEO has been there forever, and the middle management has splintered into competing fiefdoms. During this time, another subtle but profound shift occurs in the religious landscape. The democratization of the afterlife. Remember those pyramid texts, once exclusive to the pharaoh's burial chamber? You now find similar spells and utterances inscribed in the tombs of nobles and high officials. This means that access to the afterlife, once largely dependent on the pharaoh's successful transition, is now available to more people. You no longer absolutely need the pharaoh as your sole intercessor with the gods. You can, apparently, navigate the underworld yourself with your own cheat sheet. This lessens the pharaoh's unique divine role, making him less of an indispensable conduit to the gods and more of a really important, but perhaps not singularly essential ruler. It's like realizing you don't need to go through customer service if you can just Google the solution as Pepi to finally, inevitably, passes from the scene. The sense of a grand, unified empire begins to unravel. There's no strong successor ready to step into his colossal shoes. The long-established central authority, already weakened, struggles to maintain control. You hear about short, ineffective reigns, a parade of forgettable pharaohs who flicker briefly on the throne before vanishing. The threads of unity begin to fray. Communication between the capital and the distant provinces becomes strained, then breaks down. The nomarchs, already powerful and hereditary, effectively become independent rulers. They stop sending taxes and resources to the capital. They raise their own armies, control their own territories, and build their own local monuments. It's like a corporate merger gone horribly wrong, where all the regional offices just decide to become their own companies. The hum of unified activity, once so vibrant at Memphis, gradually fades. The grand state-sponsored projects, the pyramids, the massive temples, largely cease. No longer is the entire nation mobilized for one grand purpose. Instead, you see smaller, localized efforts, often reflecting the specific styles and beliefs of a particular nome. You witness the onset of the first intermediate period, a time often described as chaotic, a dark age by later Egyptian historians looking back fondly on the glory of the Old Kingdom. You feel the insecurity in the air. Travel becomes dangerous. Trade routes are disrupted. The strong central hand that guaranteed **** and stability is gone, replaced by a patchwork of competing local powers. You see evidence of conflict, fortified settlements, inscriptions bragging about local victories against neighboring nomes, a definite downturn in artistic quality, or at least a less polished, more provincial style emerges, which some historians now find charmingly distinctive. But it definitely ain't Giza. Life is harder. Famines become more frequent and severe, with no central authority to coordinate relief efforts or manage the Nile's vital floods. The river, once the reliable lifeblood, becomes a capricious force, its inundations to low or to high, unchecked by large-scale public works. You might stumble upon a market, but it's less bustling, more wary. People guard their meager possessions. The grand, idealized sculptures of the Old Kingdom are replaced by more stark, almost brutalist figures, reflecting the harsh realities of the time. The very concept of the pharaoh as a living god, the supreme unifier, begins to wane. Local cults gain prominence, and people turn to their immediate, accessible deities and strong men for protection. The notion of an afterlife, once exclusively tied to royal patronage, becomes even more democratized. Coffins of ordinary people start to be adorned with their own personal versions of funerary spells. The coffin texts, an evolution of the pyramid texts. If you couldn't rely on the king, you had to take matters into your own hands. It's the ultimate DIY guide to eternal bliss. You hear the lamentations of a scribe, perhaps recording the chaos of the time, wishing for the good. Old days when Pharaoh was strong and Egypt was one. Indeed, the land spins around like a potter's wheel. One text laments. The poor of the land have become owners of riches, and the former owners are those who carry burdens. Social order is inverted. The once clear hierarchy is a mess. It's a society turned upside down, a jarring contrast to the ordered, monumental world you just left. For nearly a century and a half, Egypt languishes in this fragmented state. There's no single capital, no single king. Instead, there are competing dynasties, vying for control, constantly battling, constantly asserting their local authority. The north, based around Heracleopolis, and the south, centered in Thebes, become the main contenders to large power blocks trying to glue the pieces back together. You can feel the tension, the struggle, the longing for a return to to the golden age that seems so far away. The memory of the pyramids, standing silent and majestic on the horizon, must have felt like a cruel reminder of what once was, and what seemed to be lost forever. But history, like the Nile, always finds a way to flow again, to unify itself. But history, like the Nile, always finds a way to flow again, to unify itself, sometimes with a gentle swell, sometimes with a tumultuous, cleansing flood. You're still in that fragmented landscape, feeling the underlying hum of discontent, the yearning for a return to the ordered world of asterisk Mott. The air is thick with local loyalties, whispered doubts about divine kingship, and the constant, nagging anxiety of a land divided. Imagine living in a country where the federal government just sort of dissolved. Now your state governor is basically a warlord, and the guy next door, who used to be a tax collector, is now demanding tribute. It's a mess, right? Everyone misses the strong hand, the sense of security. And then, from the south, from the ancient city of Thebes, a city that was, in the old kingdom, barely a blip on the map, a new power begins to coalesce. You watch, sensing the energy shift as a lineage of ambitious, determined rulers, the 11th dynasty, slowly but surely starts to flex its muscles. These aren't the grand, distant god kings of Giza. These are more pragmatic, battle-hardened leaders. They are, for lack of a better term, hustlers. You hear the name Mentuhotep, not just one, but a succession of them, building power, consolidating their hold over the southern nomes, and looking northward with steely resolve. The rivalry between Thebes and Heracleopolis, the dominant power in the north, becomes an open, brutal struggle. You hear the clang of copper weapons, the shouts of war bands, the mournful cries of those caught in the crossfire. It's a civil war, long and bloody, a fight for the very soul of Egypt. Finally, after decades of sporadic fighting, one particular Mentuhotep, the second of that name, emerges triumphant. Mentuhotep II. You witness his victory, perhaps standing on a dusty battlefield, watching the last vestiges of Heracleopolitan resistance crumble. The moment he takes on the full title of pharaoh, combining the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt, is less a coronation and more a declaration. It's not just a political act, it's a spiritual one. He reunites the two lands, bringing back the *mat* that had been lost for generations. This is around 2055 BCE, and with it, the first intermediate period officially ends. The Middle Kingdom begins, and it's a different kind of golden age. This isn't the flamboyant, almost arrogant display of power embodied by the Giza pyramids. This is a more introspective, resilient, and perhaps more relatable Egypt. The unified state returns, but it remembers the trauma of division. Mentuhotep II, now styling himself Nebhipiter, meaning Lord of the Ore of Ra, rebuilds. He's a monumental figure, literally. You see his mortuary complex at Deir el-Bahari, tucked into the dramatic cliffs on the west bank of the Nile near Thebes. It's a stark, innovative design, a tiered structure that anticipates Hatshepsut's later temple by centuries. There's a ramp leading up to a colonnaded terrace surrounded by lush gardens, a peaceful oasis in the desert. It feels less like a fortress for a god and more like a tranquil retreat for a soul. Blending seamlessly with the dramatic landscape, he's buried deep within the cliff face, safe, secure, and far less ostentatious than his Fourth Dynasty predecessors. He understands that power doesn't always have to shout. Sometimes it whispers from within the earth itself. The capital remains at Thebes for a while, a city still growing into its future grandeur. You walk its burgeoning streets, sensing a renewed purpose. Scribes are back to work. Administrators are organizing. Trade routes are reopening. There's a cautious optimism in the air, like a nation slowly recovering from a major illness. But the 11th dynasty, having done the hard work of reunification, eventually gives way to a new, even more powerful line, the 12th dynasty. This is where the Middle Kingdom really hits its stride, often considered its true peak. And it all begins with a brilliant, cunning vizier named Amenemhat, who, in a move that screams Game of Thrones-style political maneuvering, usurps the throne. Amenemhat I, as he becomes known, establishes his dynasty around 1985 BCE. Not from a royal lineage, which gives him a different perspective. He knows power is earned, not just inherited. You feel his pragmatic vision, his desire to restore central authority, not just through force, but through careful administration and smart propaganda. He understands that the old, unquestioning belief in the pharaoh as an absolute god might be shaken. So, he crafts a new image. The pharaoh as the good shepherd of his people, the responsible leader, the protector of the weak. It's less I am a god. Bow down and more I am here to make sure you have enough barley and don't get eaten by crocodiles. A subtle but crucial rebranding. One of his first major moves, moving the capital, not back to Memphis, which was associated with the faded glory of the old kingdom, nor keeping it in Thebes, which was still a regional stronghold. Instead, he establishes a new, strategically located capital called Ichdoi, meaning Amenemhat is sizer of the two lands. Its exact location is still debated, probably near the modern village of Elisht, but you get the sense of a deliberate, calculated choice. It's positioned perfectly between Upper and Lower Egypt, a neutral territory, a fresh start designed to symbolize the renewed unity he's forging. You see the construction, the workers bustling, the feeling of a new administrative heart beating in the land. Amenemhat I, ever the pragmatist, also introduces the concept of co-regency, appointing his son, Senusret I, as his junior partner on the throne. This isn't just a father-son bonding experience. It's a genius succession plan. It ensures a smooth transition of power, avoids any messy interregnums, and allows the heir to gain experience. You see the two pharaohs side by side in reliefs, sharing the burdens of rule. It's a testament to Amenemhat's shrewdness, even if it didn't prevent his own assassination. a dramatic event recounted in the instructions of Amenemhat, a famous piece of Middle Kingdom literature that warns his son about trusting courtiers. Talk about life imitating art, or vice versa, depending on when it was written. You find yourself immersed in the intellectual life of the Middle Kingdom. This era produces some of the most enduring and poignant literary works of ancient Egypt. The Tale of Sinew, for example. You hear the story of an official who flees Egypt after Amenemhat I's death, fearing for his life, and lives a long, adventurous life in Syria, only to yearn for a return to his homeland and proper burial. It's an epic of exile and homecoming, filled with deep psychological insights. A far cry from the mostly boastful inscriptions of earlier periods. It resonates because it speaks to universal human experiences: fear, longing, belonging, and the aforementioned instructions of Amenemhat, a cynical, pragmatic piece of advice from a dead king to his son, full of warnings about treachery. These texts show a society grappling with uncertainty, with the fragility of life and power, a reflective contrast to the unwavering confidence of the Old Kingdom. Art, too, undergoes a transformation, while still idealized. The royal sculptures of the Middle Kingdom pharaohs begin to show a subtle realism. You see portraits of Senusret III, for example, with weary lines around his eyes, a downturned mouth, a hint of the burdens of kingship. It's not a flaw, it's a deliberate choice, reflecting the Good Shepherd image, a pharaoh who feels the weight of his responsibilities. He's not just a perfect, serene god. He's a leader who carries the weight of his nation on his shoulders. You look into their carved eyes and feel a connection, a sense of shared humanity across millennia. Beyond the philosophical shifts, the Middle Kingdom is also an era of immense practical achievement. You travel to the Fayum Oasis, a vast depression west of the Nile. Here, under the watchful eye of several pharaohs, most notably Senusret II and Amenemhat III, you witness a massive land reclamation project. They're not building pyramids of stone, but pyramids of irrigation. They build a vast system of canals, dikes, and reservoirs, connecting the Fayum to the Nile via a branch called the Bahr Yassef. You see thousands of laborers, not dragging stones, but digging earth, shoring up banks, channeling water. This turns a largely unproductive basin into a massive agricultural heartland, expanding Egypt's arable land dramatically and providing a huge surplus of food. It's like building a massive, ancient hydroelectric dam, but for farming. This isn't just about feeding the people. It's about making Egypt more self-sufficient and resilient, a direct response to the famines of the First Intermediate Period. The Middle Kingdom is also a period of outward expansion and fortification. You journey south into Nubia, beyond the First Cataract, unlike the Old Kingdom, which was largely inward-focused. These pharaohs are keenly interested in controlling the lucrative trade routes and the rich gold mines of Nubia. You see a chain of imposing brick fortresses, massive mud brick structures like Buin, built to control the Nile and project Egyptian power. They're bristling with garrisons, vigilant against hostile incursions, ensuring the flow of gold, ivory, and exotic goods into Egypt. It's a strategic move, a way to secure resources and protect borders. Imagine a line of border patrol stations. But they're also giant forts meant to scare off anyone thinking of messing with your supply chain. Another key defensive strategy: the walls of the ruler. You hear tales of these vast lines of fortifications built along the eastern delta, designed to prevent nomadic groups from infiltrating Egypt from Asia. It's a sign that Egypt, while strong, is also aware of external threats, a contrast to the seemingly invincible isolation of earlier times. As the 12th dynasty progresses, particularly under Senusret III, the power of the central government becomes incredibly strong once more. Senusret III is often portrayed as a powerful warrior king, crushing rebellions and leading military campaigns into Nubia and even the Levant. You see reliefs of him smiting enemies, a return to the powerful, decisive pharaoh image, but one tempered with the pragmatism of the Middle Kingdom. Crucially, he effectively dismantles the power of the nomarchs, the provincial governors who had gained so much power during the first intermediate period. He replaces the hereditary system with a centralized bureaucracy, appointing officials loyal to the crown, effectively ending those pesky mini-kingdoms within Egypt. It's a bold move, re-establishing total control from the center. Under Amenemhat III, the Middle Kingdom reaches its absolute zenith of prosperity and artistic output. You see his colossal pyramid at Hawara in the Fayum, not as tall as Giza, but boasting an internal complexity that almost makes Khufu's look simple. It's a maze of passages, false chambers, and portcullises, a true puzzle designed to deter tomb robbers, and connected to it, the legendary labyrinth, a massive mortuary temple complex that Herodotus would later describe as even more impressive than the pyramids. It was supposedly a sprawling collection of courtyards, halls, and chambers, so vast and intricate it was almost impossible to navigate. You feel the sheer scale of the ruins, imagining what it must have been like in its prime. A bureaucratic nightmare to manage, but an architectural marvel to behold. The Middle Kingdom is also remembered for its emphasis on the cult of Osiris, the god of the afterlife and resurrection. While Ra was still important, Osiris's appeal grew immensely, especially with the democratization of the afterlife. You see pilgrims journeying to Abydos, Osiris's sacred city, performing rituals and leaving offerings, hoping to secure their own resurrection. It's a profound shift, offering hope and eternal life to everyone, not just the king. But even this period of stability and relative prosperity cannot last forever. After Amenemhat III, the dynasty produces a series of weaker rulers. You feel the central authority begin to fray again, slowly, imperceptibly at first. The vast projects of the Fayum begin to wane. The fortresses in Nubia are maintained, but perhaps with less zeal. The administrative machine, once so finely tuned by Senusret III, starts to creak under the weight of less competent hands. And then, something new starts to happen. Remember those walls of the ruler designed to keep out foreigners? They weren't entirely successful. Over time, groups from the Near East, people from what is now Syria, Palestine, began to migrate into the eastern delta. Initially, they came as traders, laborers, or even refugees during periods of drought or conflict. In their own lands, Egypt, with its agricultural bounty, was a natural magnet. You see them settling in, forming communities, adopting some Egyptian customs, but often retaining their own languages and traditions. It's a gradual infiltration, a slow but steady demographic shift in the delta. You feel a growing sense of unease. The central government, centered far to the south at Itoy, struggles to assert its authority over these increasingly independent communities in the delta. Communication becomes difficult. Resources become stretched. The old problem of powerful local entities re-emerges. But this time, some of those entities are foreign or at least culturally distinct. The 13th dynasty, which follows the 12th, is characterized by a rapid succession of short-lived pharaohs. You feel the instability returning, the centralized state losing its grip. There's no strong, unifying figure like Mentuhotep II or Senusret III to bring things back under control. The nomarchs, or what's left of their local power, begin to reassert themselves. The flow of taxes and resources from the provinces to the capital diminishes. Egypt, once again, begins to fracture. The foreign communities in the delta, particularly a powerful group who will later be known as the Hyksos, seize the opportunity. They consolidate their power, first as independent rulers, and then, daringly, they establish their own dynasty, challenging the weakened Egyptian pharaohs for control of the entire country. You hear the echoes of foreign languages blending with Egyptian, the tension palpable in the air, the stability and order of the Middle Kingdom, once so robust, collapses into what historians call the Second Intermediate Period. It's another dark age, another period of fragmentation and foreign rule, but this time with a powerful, distinct foreign presence. The heart of Egypt, the fertile delta, is no longer controlled by native Egyptians. It's a bitter pill for a proud people who believed their land was blessed and invincible. The memory of unified Egypt, of the god-kings and grand projects, fades into legend again, a beacon of what once was, and what might, one day, be again, but only after a long, hard struggle to reclaim their land. But only after a long, hard struggle to reclaim their land. You feel the unsettling quiet descend over the delta, the usual bustling energy replaced by a wary stillness. The heart of Egypt, its fertile, watery northern reaches, is no longer truly Egyptian. Foreigners, known as the Hyksos, a Greek corruption of an Egyptian term, meaning rulers of foreign lands, have settled in. You see them, distinct from the native Egyptians. They're a mix of peoples from the Near East, probably Semitic-speaking, who had been gradually migrating into the delta for generations, drawn by Egypt's wealth and agricultural bounty. Now, they're no longer just guests or laborers, they're the masters. Their capital, avarice, in the eastern delta flourishes. You walk its streets, a bewildering blend of cultures. You hear foreign languages mixed with Egyptian. The architecture isn't purely Egyptian. There are elements of Syro-Palestinian design. Houses with central courtyards and fortifications quite unlike the traditional Egyptian mud brick. You see foreign gods worshipped alongside Egyptian deities, a strange syncretism taking root. It's like a cultural fusion restaurant, but with more political tension and fewer Yelp reviews. But here's the kicker. The Hyksos weren't just culturally different. They brought new toys. You see them parading through avarice, and your jaw might just drop. The asterisk chariot asterisk, a light to wield war machine drawn by horses, allowing archers to move at incredible speed and fire volleys of arrows. The Egyptians, bless their traditional hearts, were still mostly fighting on foot with simple bows and axes. You also see the asterisk composite bow asterisk, a much more powerful and accurate weapon than the simple self-bow, and new bronze technology allowing for stronger swords and daggers. These weren't just upgrades, they were game changers. Military innovations that made the Hyksos virtually unstoppable in a head-on confrontation. It's like bringing a tank to a knife fight. The Hyksos rule most of Lower Egypt and exert influence, sometimes through tribute, over parts of Middle Egypt. But they never fully conquer the south. Down in Thebes, far from the delta, a different narrative is brewing. You journey south, feeling the air grow warmer, the landscape more recognizably Egyptian. Here, a succession of native Egyptian rulers, the 17th dynasty, maintains a precarious independence. They are pharaohs in name, ruling a shrunken domain, essentially a powerful regional kingdom. But they are intensely proud and fiercely determined. They are the last bastion of Egyptian sovereignty. You feel the palpable tension in Thebes. It's a city under pressure, constantly aware of the foreign rulers to the north. Life is focused on survival and, increasingly, on resistance. The art of this period, while still retaining Egyptian characteristics, is often less refined, reflecting the straitened circumstances. But it also conveys a raw, unyielding spirit. This isn't a golden age, but a period of gritty resilience. The early kings of this Theban dynasty are busy consolidating power, building up their resources, and, crucially, learning from their enemies. You see Egyptian artisans, once proud of their traditional ways, now studying the Hyksos' military technology. They're observing the chariots, experimenting with composite bows, slowly, painstakingly, reverse engineering the tools of their oppressors. It's like a reluctant tech transfer program where the students really want to surpass their teachers. Then comes Sekenenri Tau, his nickname, the Brave. You hear whispers of skirmishes, of escalating tensions between Thebes and avarice. The stories range from a Hyksos' demand that Sekenenri demolish the hippopotamus pool in Thebes, because the hippo's bellowing was disturbing the Hyksos' king's sleep. Apparently, talk about a petty grievance escalating to war. Two more strategic disputes over trade routes and territory. You witness the aftermath of one such confrontation. Sekenenritau falls in battle. You see his mummy, recovered much later, still bearing the gruesome wounds. Axe blows to the head, a dagger thrust to the neck, possibly a composite bow arrow wound. It's a brutal, vivid testament to his courage and the ferocity of the conflict. He died fighting for Egypt. His sacrifice galvanizes his family, igniting an unquenchable fire of vengeance and liberation. This isn't just about reclaiming territory. It's about national pride, about restoring *Mat* to a land that feels deeply out of whack. His son, Kamose, picks up the torch. You hear his defiant pronouncements, inscribed on stelae in Karnak. He describes the shame of sharing Egypt with an Asiatic. He's a true warrior king, launching bold campaigns northward, pushing into Hyksos territory, plundering their towns, disrupting their supply lines. You witness his army, now bolstered by Egyptian-built chariots and composite bows, fighting with a ferocity born of generations of subjugation. He almost reaches Avaris, but tragically, his reign is cut short. He too dies, perhaps in battle, perhaps from illness, before the final victory. It's like the climactic battle in a movie, but the hero falls just before the credits. But the stage is set. The Hyksos are reeling. Their technological advantage now diminished as the Egyptians have caught up. The Theban spirit of resistance, fueled by the sacrifices of Sekenenri and Kamose, burns brighter than ever. And then, stepping onto the grand stage around 1550 BCE is Ahmose, Kamose's younger brother. He's the undisputed hero of this narrative, the true liberator. You stand with the exhilarated, chanting crowds as he finally, decisively, lays siege to Avaris. The battle is prolonged, fierce. You see the Hyksos' capital fall, its foreign rulers, driven out, not just from Avaris, but from Egypt entirely. Ahmose pursues them relentlessly, pushing them back into Palestine, ensuring they won't be a threat again. With this monumental victory, Egypt is reunified under native rule, a single, powerful state once more. The second intermediate period ends, and you feel a colossal sigh of relief ripple across the land, followed by a surge of unbridled national pride. This isn't just a political shift, it's a rebirth. This is the dawn of the new kingdom, often called Egypt's Empire Age, a period of unprecedented power, wealth, and influence. But this new era comes with a crucial, hard-earned lesson. Never again will Egypt allow foreign powers to settle within its borders unchallenged. Never again will it be vulnerable to invasion. The experience of Hyksos' rule transforms Egypt's entire mindset. The old kingdom was insular, focused on its own internal perfection and the pharaoh's journey to the stars. The Middle Kingdom was more outward-looking, but still primarily defensive. The new kingdom, it's going on offense. It's going to create an empire. You see the shift in their military. The once stagnant Egyptian army is now a formidable fighting force, professionalized, disciplined. and equipped with the very weapons that almost brought them to their knees. Chariots, composite, bows, new bronze weaponry. They've gone from being slow-moving infantry to a mobile, aggressive war machine. It's like swapping out a horse-drawn cart for a souped-up battle tank. The capital solidly re-establishes itself in Thebes, the city that birthed the liberation. You walk through its streets, now bursting with renewed energy, feeling the rapid influx of wealth from conquest and trade. The city begins its transformation into a magnificent imperial capital, adorned with colossal temples and monuments that will eventually dwarf anything seen before. Karnak and Luxor, not yet fully realized, begin their slow, majestic growth, starting as modest shrines and expanding over centuries into sprawling complexes dedicated to Amun-Re, the king of the gods, now elevated to national supremacy for his role in Egypt's liberation. Ahmose-I, having kicked out the foreigners, spends the rest of his reign consolidating his power, restoring central administration, and initiating a massive rebuilding program. He's the bridge builder, laying the groundwork for the glory that is to come. He also launches campaigns into Nubia to the south, re-establishing Egyptian control over its valuable gold mines, crucial for funding the emerging empire. Gold, as always, makes the world go round, even in ancient Egypt. His son, Amenhotep I, continues the work, focusing on internal stability and early temple construction. He's a solid, if not flamboyant, king, paving the way for the real empire builders. And then comes Thutmose I, a powerful warrior king, perhaps the greatest conqueror before Thutmose III. You see him leading his chariots deep into Nubia, pushing Egypt's southern border further than ever before, beyond the Fourth Cataract. He erects stelae commemorative stones to mark his victories, literally extending Egyptian claims far into Africa. He also turns his attention northward, leading daring campaigns into the Near East, reaching as far as the Euphrates River, a monumental display of power, a clear message to any aspiring challengers. Egypt is back, and it means business. You can almost hear the triumphant trumpets blaring. He even built the first royal tomb in the Valley of the Kings, starting a tradition that would last for centuries and become home to some of history's most famous mummies. He's moving the pharaohs away from visible pyramids, opting for hidden, rock-cut tombs, a more secure, or so they thought, final resting place for their invaluable treasures. But after Thutmose-I, something interesting happens. His designated heir, Thutmose II, has a short and unremarkable reign. His principal wife, however, is a force of nature. Her name is Hatshepsut. You watch her, not as a queen, but as a woman seizing power in a world where men are supposed to rule. She initially serves as regent for her stepson and nephew, the young Thutmose III, who is just a boy when his father, Thutmose II, dies. But Hatshepsut is no ordinary regent. She's ambitious, intelligent, and fiercely capable. You witness her gradual, audacious assumption of the full pharaonic title. She doesn't just co-rule. She declares herself king, not queen, She wears the full regalia of a male pharaoh: the kilt, the false beard, the Nin's headdress. In her official inscriptions and statues, she is portrayed as male, muscles defined, chest flat. It's a remarkable act of self-definition. A woman navigating a profoundly patriarchal society by simply choosing to be *king. It's like Margaret Thatcher, but with more gold and a sacred cobra on her forehead. Historians still debate the exact dynamics of her rise. Was it a peaceful co-regency initially, gradually shifting as she grew more powerful? Or was it a more direct usurpation, backed by powerful allies in the priesthood and bureaucracy? What's clear is that she was a masterful politician and administrator, maintaining stability and prosperity for over 2 decades. You walk through the magnificent structures built during her reign, marveling at her preference for monumental architecture and grand trade expeditions over military conquest. Though she certainly maintained a strong army, her most enduring legacy is her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, directly opposite Karnak on the west bank of the Nile. It's a breathtaking multi-tiered structure, integrated seamlessly into the dramatic cliffs, a serene masterpiece of classical Egyptian architecture. You ascend its grand ramps, passing colonnaded terraces adorned with vibrant reliefs. These reliefs don't just depict battles. They show her divine birth, her coronation, and, famously, her ambitious expedition to the mythical land of Punt. Imagine the scene: Egyptian ships, loaded with goods, sailing down the Red Sea, trading for exotic treasures, frankincense, myrrh, gold, ebony, ivory, and even live trees. These trees, brought back to Egypt, were planted in the temple courtyards, a living testament to her success. It's an ancient version of a global trade mission, bringing back not just wealth, but prestige and unusual Instagram-worthy imports. Hatshepsut's reign was one of peace, prosperity, and incredible artistic flourishing. A period of grandeur that seemed to celebrate Egypt's imperial status through culture and commerce. But her story doesn't end with peaceful rule. After her death, her name and image are systematically erased from monuments. Her statues are smashed, her inscriptions chiseled out. You see the evidence of this defacement firsthand. A jarring act of historical revisionism. Who did it? Most scholars point to her stepson, Thutmose III, the king she effectively sidelined for 2 decades. Was it revenge? An attempt to erase the memory of a powerful female pharaoh who broke tradition? Perhaps to protect the legitimacy of the male royal line? Or was it simply to ensure that his own reign, which followed hers, appeared more glorious and continuous? We'll never know for sure, but the silent, defaced monuments bear witness to a complicated power struggle. And now, enter Thutmose III, the young boy regent, overshadowed by his formidable stepmother, finally gets his moment in the sun. And boy, does he make up for lost time. He's often called the Napoleon of Egypt, and for good reason. He transforms Egypt into a true military superpower, forging an empire that stretches from Syria to the Fourth Cataract in Nubia. You feel The ground shake as his armies march. He leads at least 17 documented military campaigns into the Near East, crushing rebellions among the vassal states and expanding Egypt's sphere of influence. You are there at the Battle of Megiddo, his most famous victory. Imagine the chaos, the thunder of hundreds of chariots, the twang of composite bows, the clash of bronze weapons, the disciplined Egyptian phalanx advancing against a coalition of Canaanite princes. Thutmose III, a brilliant military strategist, outmaneuvers his enemies, launching a surprise attack through a narrow pass. Catching them off guard is a textbook example of military genius. You witness him, depicted on temple walls, smiting his enemies, his figure larger than life, a symbol of overwhelming power. But he's not just a conqueror, he's also a shrewd administrator. He doesn't just conquer, he integrates. He brings the sons of conquered kings and chieftains back to Egypt, educates them in the Egyptian court, and then sends them back to rule their lands as loyal vassals, ensuring their allegiance. It's a brilliant, if somewhat Machiavellian, form of soft power. The wealth pouring into Egypt from tribute and trade during his reign is staggering. You see the bustling docks of Thebes, laden with exotic goods from distant lands, gold, silver, copper, lapis lazuli, timber, resins, spices, animals, and slaves. This immense wealth funds an explosion of monumental building projects across Egypt, especially in Thebes. You walk through the ever-expanding Karnak temple complex, feeling the vibrant energy of thousands of workers. Thutmose III adds vast pylons, courtyards, and hypostyle halls, all adorned with elaborate reliefs detailing his military victories and his devotion to Amun-Re. He erects towering obelisks, piercing the sky, some of which still stand today in distant cities round the world. Testament to Egypt's enduring reach. He's essentially flexing Egypt's muscle through stone and gold. His reign is the pinnacle of Egyptian military power, a golden age of imperial might. The pharaoh is once again an absolute ruler, a divine warrior king, revered and feared throughout the ancient Near East. The memory of the Hyksos, of foreign humiliation, seems to have been purged by a century of relentless expansion. Egypt has become the global superpower of its day, dictating terms, controlling trade, and asserting its dominance with an iron fist. It's the kind of period that makes later Egyptians look back with profound nostalgia. You can almost feel the swagger in the air, the confidence that Egypt is, and always will be, invincible. But then again, history has a funny way of humbling even the mightiest empires, and the new kingdom, for all its power, is about to face some truly bizarre internal challenges, proving that sometimes your biggest enemies are the ones within. But then again, history has a funny way of humbling even the mightiest empires, and the new kingdom, for all its power, is about to face some truly bizarre internal challenges, proving that sometimes your biggest enemies are the ones within. You're riding high on the imperial swagger of Thutmose III, watching the coffers overflow with foreign tribute, the Nile bustling with trade, and magnificent temples rising faster than pyramid schemes. After Thutmose III, his successors, Amenhotep II and Thutmose IV, keep the imperial engine purring along, consolidating gains and generally enjoying the fruits of their predecessors' conquests. They're competent, but perhaps a little less, driven by the sheer expansionist zeal of Thutmose III. They're more about maintaining the empire than dramatically expanding it, which, let's be honest, is a smart strategy when you've already conquered most of the known world. Then, around 1390 BCE, Amenhotep III takes the throne. And oh boy, does he take Egypt into an era of unprecedented opulence and splendor. He's often called the Sun King of ancient Egypt, an apt title given his love for dazzling displays of wealth and his connection to the sun god. You feel the atmosphere of sheer, unadulterated luxury. This isn't a period of relentless campaigning. It's a time of peace, diplomacy, and massive, magnificent building projects that make the Giza pyramids look like modest garden sheds. Okay, maybe not asterisk that asterisk small, but you get the idea. You find yourself in Thebes, which is now truly an imperial capital, bursting at the seams with gold, exotic goods, and foreign emissaries. The cult of Amun-Re, the state god, is at its absolute zenith. The Karnak temple complex is expanding at an alarming rate, its pylons and hypostyle halls multiplying like rabbits, all funded by the endless flow of tribute. The Amun priesthood, already wealthy and influential, becomes immensely powerful, a kind of ecclesiastical corporation with vast landholdings and an army of dedicated personnel. You can almost smell the incense, hear the chanting, and feel the weight of their immense power. Amenhotep III builds extensively. You marvel at his mortuary temple on the west bank of Thebes, though now mostly destroyed. All that remains are the colossal seated statues of the pharaoh, known as the Colossi of Memnon. You stand dwarfed by these towering figures, gazing out at the fertile plain, imagining the grand temple that once stood behind them, a testament to his boundless ambition. He also builds a vast palace complex, Molkata, a city-sized royal residence with pleasure lakes, where he indulges in hunting, feasting, and sailing with his beloved great royal wife, Tai. And speaking of Tai, she's remarkable. Amenhotep III's queen isn't from the traditional royal bloodline. She's the daughter of a prominent court official. Yet, she is portrayed prominently alongside the king, not just as a silent consort, but as a powerful, intelligent woman with significant influence. You see her image everywhere, reflecting her unprecedented status. She's savvy, politically astute, and likely a major player behind the scenes. She's the ultimate power spouse, essentially. The empire is maintained not so much by brute force now, but by diplomacy and sheer economic leverage. The Amarna letters, a collection of diplomatic correspondence discovered later, show Egypt at the center of a complex web of international relations. Foreign kings send gold requests, humble pleas for Egyptian intervention, and fawning messages, all acknowledging Egypt's superpower status. It's like the UN, but with more demands for gold and less bureaucratic red tape, probably. But beneath this glittering surface, a subtle current of tension begins to flow. The immense wealth and power of the Amun priesthood, while initially beneficial, might have started to chafe at the pharaoh's absolute authority. Imagine a church that effectively controls a significant portion of the nation's economy and has more land and employees than the government itself. That's a potential power struggle just waiting to happen. Then Amenhotep III dies, and his son, Amenhotep IV, ascends the throne. And this is where things get weird. You feel the shift immediately, like the air itself thickens with an unspoken dissent. This new pharaoh isn't interested in maintaining the status quo, in flattering the Amun priests, or even in the traditional displays of power. He's a visionary, a revolutionary, and perhaps utterly delusional in his single-minded obsession. He's the ancient Egyptian equivalent of an eccentric tech billionaire who decides to reinvent religion from scratch. Within a few years of his reign, Amenhotep IV launches a full-blown religious revolution. He declares that the the visible disk of the sun itself, not a personified god like Ra or Amun, is the only true god. All other deities are to be suppressed, their cults diminished, their names chiseled from monuments, and the Amun priesthood, their immense power is systematically dismantled, their temples closed, their wealth confiscated. You hear the shocked whispers, the fearful murmurs among the populace. This isn't just a new decree. It's an earthquake in the very foundations of Egyptian society and belief. To truly drive his point home, Amenhotep IV changes his own name. From Amenhotep Amun is pleased to Akhenaten effective for the Aten or spirit of the Aten. He literally erases Amun from his identity. You see the radical change in official art. Akhenaten is depicted with an elongated skull, prominent chin, full lips, and a strangely effeminate, pear-shaped body. His family, including Nefertiti and their daughters, are shown with similar features. Sometimes in intimate, naturalistic poses previously unheard of in royal art. It's a complete break from the idealized, muscular portrayals of earlier pharaohs. Scholars still debate if these were literal physical traits, perhaps a genetic condition, or a deliberate artistic choice to emphasize a new, unique, androgynous divinity. Either way, it's jarring. And then, the ultimate slap in the face to tradition, Akhenaten abandons Thebes, the imperial capital, the city of Amun. He builds a brand new capital from scratch, in a desolate, untouched stretch of desert in Middle Egypt. Its name, Akhenaten Horizon of the Aten, known to us today as Amarna. You witness the frantic construction, the sun-baked mud brick, the hurried pace. This isn't the centuries-long process of building Karnak. It's a rush job, a city built. For a singular, intense religious vision, you walk through the wide, dusty streets of Akhenaten, feeling the intense glare of the sun. The city plan is open, expansive, centered around colossal, unroofed Aten temples designed to let the sun's rays pour directly onto the altars. There are no cult statues of Aten inside. The god is present everywhere the sun shines. You see the royal palace, the administrative buildings, and the homes of the courtiers, all reflecting the new artistic and religious sensibilities. Life here is centered entirely around the Aten and the royal family, who are seen as the sole intercessors between humanity and the new god. Akhenaten and Nefertiti conduct elaborate rituals, often from a window of appearances, showering gold and gifts on their favored courtiers. It's a royal performance, a daily spectacle. And speaking of Nefertiti, she's incredibly prominent during this period. Her famous bust, found at Amarna, is still stunning, conveying both beauty and immense power. She's often shown almost on par with Akhenaten, participating in religious ceremonies, even smiting enemies on temple walls. Some historians argue she might have even held a co-regency with Akhenaten, effectively ruling alongside him as his equal, perhaps even taking on pharaonic titles herself. She's not just a queen, she's a partner in this audacious religious experiment. But what about the rest of Egypt? Outside Akhenaten, life grinds on, but with a deep sense of unease. The suppression of traditional cults means that ordinary Egyptians, who relied on their local gods for daily protection and guidance, feel adrift. The intricate funerary beliefs, tied to Osiris and the underworld, are challenged by Akhenaten's Atenism, which seems to offer salvation through the sun god's light, often directly via the king. It's a massive cultural shock, a radical top-down revolution that few genuinely embrace. It's like switching everyone from Catholicism to an obscure New Age philosophy overnight, and telling them their afterlife depends on it. Most people would probably just keep praying to their old saints in secret. And the empire? While Akhenaten is busy with his religious reforms, the empire built by Thutmose III starts to fray. The Amarna letters reveal desperate pleas from loyal vassal kings in Syria-Palestine, begging for Egyptian troops and resources to fend off encroaching Hittite and Apeiru-nomadic raider forces. Akhenaten, seemingly more interested in theological debates and building his new city, largely ignores them. The empire, once so tightly controlled, begins to loosen its grip. Egypt's influence wanes, its allies grow disillusioned, and its reputation as the unchallenged superpower takes a hit. It's like the CEO is off building a fancy new headquarters and neglecting all the actual business. After about 17 years, Akhenaten's revolutionary reign ends. His death is shrouded in mystery. Was it natural causes, an illness, or perhaps something more sinister? No one knows for sure. The atmosphere of religious fervor and fanaticism begins to dissipate, replaced by a deep sigh of collective exhaustion and a desire for stability. What follows is a period of transition, often murky and filled with short, often disputed reigns. You might catch a fleeting glimpse of Smenkhkare, a mysterious figure, possibly Akhenaten's co-regent or immediate successor, who might have briefly attempted to reconcile with the old gods. but his time is too short to make much of an impact. Then comes a young boy king, a minor figure at first, who was probably Akhenaten's son, asterisk asterisk to Tonkaten asterisk asterisk. You witness the beginning of the undoing of the Amarna revolution under the guidance of powerful regents. First an old and influential courtier from Akhenaten's time, and then the formidable General Horemheb. The process of restoration begins. The young pharaoh changes his name from Tonkaten living image of the Aten to asterisk asterisk to Tonkamen asterisk asterisk. Living image of Amen. It's a clear, public declaration. Amen is back. The Aten cult is officially abandoned. You see the royal court moving back to Thebes. The temples of Amen, long neglected or actively defaced, are slowly, painstakingly restored. Their priests are reinstated, their wealth returned. The city of Akhetaten, once a bustling capital, is gradually abandoned, its buildings dismantled, its stones reused for new constructions elsewhere. It's a systematic erasure, an attempt to blot out the memory of the heretic king. The past 2 decades are treated as an unfortunate aberration, a temporary madness that has now passed. Tutankhamun, the boy king, is mostly a puppet, a symbol for the restoration. He's young, perhaps sickly, and dies after only about 10 years on the throne, likely no older than 19. His death, like Akhenaten's, is debated. Natural causes, an accident, a conspiracy. His tomb, Ku-6-2, would remain largely undisturbed for over 3,000 years, waiting to deliver its golden bounty and electrify the world. But at the time, his passing just marks another step in the process of putting Egypt back on its traditional course. After Tutankhamun's early demise, his elderly vizier, asterisk asterisk a asterisk asterisk, takes the throne for a brief, turbulent period. He was a survivor, a political chameleon who served Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, and then himself. His reign is short, characterized by continued efforts to stabilize the country and further dismantle the Amarna. Legacy: he orchestrates Tutankhamun's burial, securing his own brief hold on power. Then, the powerful general asterisk asterisk Horemheb asterisk asterisk steps up. He's been the real power behind the throne for years, a military man, unencumbered by royal lineage. He's the ultimate pragmatist, seeing the chaos of the Amarna period and its aftermath as a colossal failure of governance. You feel his iron will, his determination to restore order, justice, and effective administration to Egypt. He effectively restarts the state. Horemheb, unable to produce an heir, paves the way for a new, immensely powerful dynasty, the Ramessides. He chooses his vizier, a fellow general named Paramessu, to succeed him. Paramessu, a non-royal who served with distinction, ascends the throne as asterisk asterisk Ramesses I asterisk asterisk. Inaugurating the 19th dynasty around 1295 BCE, it's a calculated choice, a continuation of Horemheb's policy of rewarding merit and military prowess. Ramesses I, as it turns out, has a very short reign, only about 2 years. But he manages to set the tone, demonstrating continuity with Horemheb's policies and preparing the way for his highly capable son. Asterisk asterisk Seti I asterisk asterisk. You see the shift in focus, a return to military might and grand building projects, combined with a fervent devotion to the traditional gods. The trauma of the Amana period is being actively counteracted by a deliberate emphasis on tradition and strength. Seti I is a formidable pharaoh, a true warrior king who sets about restoring Egypt's lost prestige in the Near East. You watch him lead his armies into Canaan and Syria, reasserting Egyptian control over rebellious vassal states and pushing back against the growing power of the Hittites, a formidable empire based in Anatolia, modern Turkey, that has been steadily expanding its influence and threatening Egypt's northern borders. You hear the renewed clang of bronze weapons and the thunder of chariots as Egyptian forces, reinvigorated and disciplined, march to war. Seti I recaptures strategically important cities like Kadesh, which will become a battleground for his son. But Seti I isn't just a military man. He's also a grand builder, a restorer of monuments. You walk through his magnificent temple at Abydos, dedicated to Osiris and other major deities. Its reliefs are breathtakingly beautiful, finely carved and richly painted, often depicting him performing rituals with various gods or recounting his military campaigns. The artistry of this period is exquisite, a perfect blend of the classical elegance of the Old Kingdom and the dynamic energy of the New Kingdom. He also leaves behind one of the most beautiful and well-preserved tombs in the Valley of the Kings, adorned with vivid scenes and texts depicting the pharaoh's journey through the underworld. It's truly a masterpiece of funerary art, designed to ensure his eternal rebirth. Under Seti I, Egypt regains much of its former imperial glory. The central government is strong, the economy is thriving, and the army is a well-oiled machine. The memory of the Hyksos and the chaos of Amana seems a distant nightmare. Egypt feels invincible once more, a titan of the ancient world. But beyond its northern borders, a storm is brewing. The Hittite Empire, equally ambitious and militarily sophisticated, is consolidating its power in Anatolia and increasingly clashing with Egyptian interests in Syria. The stage is set for a monumental confrontation between two superpowers, a clash of titans that will define the reign of Seti I's legendary son. You can almost feel the tension building, the anticipation of a truly epic showdown that will test Egypt's renewed strength to its very core. The next pharaoh won't just inherit a throne. He'll inherit a powder keg, and his name, when uttered, will echo through millennia, becoming synonymous with ancient Egypt itself. And his name, when uttered, will echo through millennia, becoming synonymous with ancient Egypt itself. Asterisk asterisk Ramesses to asterisk asterisk. You feel the very air crackle with his arrival. His ambitions so vast it seems to warp reality. He's the undisputed superstar of ancient Egypt, the pharaoh who practically eyes Egypt in the popular imagination. And he knows it. He knows it so well. He'll spend his impossibly long reign, an almost unbelievable 66 years on the throne, making sure absolutely asterisk everyone asterisk else knows it too. He inherits a strong, reinvigorated Egypt from his father, Seti I, and he takes that strength and turns it up to 11. Imagine him, a young, fiery, charismatic king. Blessed with excellent genes, at least initially. You'll see his later portraits become a little more realistic, like an aging rock star whose successes are finally catching up. He's not just a ruler, he's a brand. He's asterisk Ramesses the Great asterisk, and he intends to earn that title. His first order of business, finishing what his father started, specifically in the Near East. The Hittites are still there, still a growing threat to Egypt's imperial ambitions and its vital trade routes in Syria. You feel the build-up to the greatest chariot battle in history, the asterisk Battle of Kadesh asterisk. You are there in 1270 for BCE, standing on the plains near the city of Kadesh, an imposing fortress city on the Orontes River. The tension is almost unbearable. On one side, the vast Egyptian army, led by Ramesses II himself, riding at the head of his chariot division. You see their bronze helmets gleaming, the sunlight glinting off the newly sharpened blades, the thundering hooves of thousands of chariots kicking up colossal clouds of dust. On the other side, the equally massive Hittite army, led by their cunning king, Muwatalli II, hidden behind the city walls and a ridge, waiting to spring a trap. Ramesses, perhaps a little too eager, perhaps a little overconfident, marches his army in for divisions, separated by miles. The Hittites, using spies to feed Ramesses false intelligence, spring their ambush on his unsuspecting Ray division. You witness the chaos, the sudden attack, the screams of the dying, the panic as the Egyptian lines shatter. Ramesses himself, isolated and almost surrounded, shows incredible personal courage, fighting heroically, seemingly single-handedly turning the tide. He battles his way out of the trap, rallies his remaining forces, and eventually, with the timely arrival of another Egyptian division, or perhaps just by sheer force of will, manages to push the Hittites back. The battle is a bloody, tactical draw. Neither side gains a decisive victory. But when Ramesses returns to Egypt, what do you hear? He proclaims asterisk glorious, overwhelming victory asterisk. Every temple wall, every monument is plastered with inscriptions and reliefs depicting his heroic stand, his triumph over the vanquished Hittites. It's a masterclass in ancient propaganda, a full-scale PR campaign designed to cement his divine status and military genius. He turns a strategic stalemate into a legendary personal triumph. It's the ultimate fake-it-till-you-make-it moment. On an imperial scale, despite the grandstanding, the reality is that the conflict drags on for another 16 years. Finally, recognizing the futility of endless war and facing other threats, Ramesses II and the new Hittite king, Hattusili III, signed the world's first known peace treaty in 1258 BCE. You see the hieroglyphs, side by side with Akkadian cuneiform, promising eternal peace, mutual defense, and extradition of political refugees. It's a landmark moment, a testament to diplomacy, a recognition that even superpowers can benefit from a détente. Imagine the relief, the quiet understanding between two mighty empires that had bled each other dry for too long. But Kadesh and the peace treaty are just a fraction of Ramesses' story. This man was a compulsive builder. You feel the ground constantly vibrating with construction. He builds, restores, and completes monuments all over Egypt and Nubia, often subtly erasing previous pharaohs' names and replacing them with his own. He adds to Karnak and Luxor, those sprawling complexes in Thebes, with massive pylons and courts adorned with his battle scenes. He erects colossal statues of himself, sometimes dozens of them at a single site, staring down from every angle like ancient surveillance cameras. His most awe-inspiring work is arguably Abu symbol. In southern Nubia. You stand before its Fawade, completely dwarfed by, for massive, seated statues of Ramesses himself, each over 20 meters, 66 feet high, carved directly out of the sandstone cliff face. Inside, chambers and halls extend deep into the rock, culminating in a sanctuary where, for gods, including Ramesses as a deified king, are illuminated by the rising sun just 2 days a year. It's not just a temple, it's an ego trip on a monumental scale, a declaration of his divinity etched into the very earth. And later, in the 1960s, it would be painstakingly cut into thousands of blocks and moved to higher ground to save it from the rising waters of the Aswan Dam, a modern feat of engineering almost as impressive as the original construction. He also builds a brand new capital in the eastern delta, close to the former Hyksos capital of Avaris, named ****Pi Ramesses ****, House of Ramesses. You walk through its bustling streets, a massive, thriving metropolis with palaces, temples, barracks, stables for thousands of chariots, and a port connecting Egypt to the Mediterranean. It's a testament to his focus on military readiness and international trade, a practical, strategic capital for a truly imperial power. Ramesses II was also, let's just say, prolific. He had an astonishing number of wives, most famously Nefertari, whose beautiful tomb is a marvel, and Nofret, concubines, and over 100 children. Imagine Christmas shopping for that many kids. He lived so long. Many of his children, and even some grandchildren, predeceased him. His succession plan must have been a nightmare. When he finally dies, pushing 90 years old, Egypt breathes a collective sigh of something between relief and awe. He had been on the throne for so long, most Egyptians couldn't remember a time when he wasn't pharaoh. His mummy, now residing in the Egyptian Museum, reveals a tall, imposing figure, his hooked nose and strong jaw still discernible after millennia. He left Egypt incredibly wealthy, politically stable, and undeniably dominant, but also perhaps a little exhausted by his relentless grandeur. After Ramesses II, the new kingdom enters a period of gradual, yet inexorable, decline. His immediate successor, his 13th son, Merneptah, manages to hold the empire together for about a decade. You see him facing new threats, particularly the first waves of the enigmatic sea peoples, a confederation of seafaring raiders and migrants from the Aegean and Mediterranean, who are beginning to wreak havoc across the Near East. Merneptah defeats them in a great battle in the Delta, a crucial victory that saves Egypt from immediate invasion. He also deals with Libyan incursions from the west. But it's a sign of things to come. The world outside Egypt's borders is becoming increasingly turbulent. The rest of the 19th dynasty is marked by short, often weak reigns, internal squabbles, and a growing instability. You feel the central authority fraying. The immense wealth accumulated by Ramesses to slowly dissipating. The great imperial machine, once so finely tuned, starts to sputter. Then comes the 20th dynasty, often considered the last true dynasty of the new kingdom, beginning with Ramesses the third ***. He's seen as the last great warrior pharaoh, often compared to Ramesses II, but fighting a far more desperate battle. You witness his reign around 1186 to 1155 BCE, a valiant last stand against the overwhelming pressures of the late Bronze Age collapse. The ***C. People's return in force. Imagine entire populations displaced by unknown cataclysms, famine, climate change, warfare sweeping across the Mediterranean, destroying empires, laying waste to cities from Anatolia to Canaan. Their name strikes fear into the hearts of kings. Ramesses III, through a combination of brilliant military strategy and sheer tenacity, repels them. You see the detailed reliefs on the walls of his mortuary temple at Medinet Habu, depicting epic land and sea battles. The Egyptians, with their chariots and archers, fight ferociously, using naval tactics to funnel and destroy the sea peoples. Feats, he saves Egypt from outright conquest. But the cost is immense. The empire's vassal states in the Levant are largely lost, their trade routes disrupted, and Egypt is left economically weakened. It's like winning the battle, but losing the war, or at least the peace, beyond the external threats. Internal problems are festering. You hear whispers of a declining economy, corruption, and the growing power of the Amun priesthood in Thebes, whose vast wealth now rivals, or even surpasses, that of the pharaoh. The price of grain rises, public works stall, and dissatisfaction grows among the common people. You might even stumble upon a rare glimpse into the lives of ordinary people. A strike. Yes, a strike. The famous Deir el Medina Papyri record a strike by the tomb builders in the Valley of the Kings. These skilled artisans, responsible for carving and decorating the royal tombs, down tools because they haven't been paid or given their rations of food and water. It's a remarkable insight into labor relations in ancient Egypt, proving that even back then, Workers knew how to demand their rights. We are hungry. We are thirsty, they declare. It's a stark contrast to the grand, idealized world depicted in royal art. A reminder of the grinding reality beneath the gilded surface dot. And then, a truly shocking event. The harem conspiracy **. Towards the end of Ramesses III's long reign, a plot is uncovered to assassinate him, led by one of his secondary wives, Tai, who wanted her son, Pentawere, on the throne instead of the designated heir. The conspiracy involves high-ranking officials, royal concubines, and even magicians. You feel the tremor of betrayal in the air, the dark undercurrents of court intrigue. Ramesses III is indeed killed, though the plot ultimately fails and the conspirators are brutally punished. It's a chilling reminder that even the most powerful pharaohs were vulnerable. After Ramesses III, the 20th dynasty fades into obscurity. A long line of unremarkable pharaohs, all named Ramesses from Ramesses IV to Ramesses XI, each ruling, for shorter periods, presiding over a steadily shrinking and weakening empire. Tomb robbery in the Valley of the Kings becomes rampant, a sign of widespread desperation and the state's inability to protect even the sacred burial sites of its kings. Imagine the guardians of the dead turning into tomb raiders themselves, driven by hunger and greed. The very concept of royal immortality, once absolute, begins to crumble. The central authority completely collapses once more, ushering in the **third intermediate period **c, 1070 to 660 for BCE. You feel the familiar fragmentation, the land splintering into competing factions. The pharaoh in the Delta reigns over little more than his immediate surroundings. The powerful high priests of Amun in Thebes effectively become independent rulers of Upper Egypt, marrying into royal families and claiming priestly succession. It's like the Vatican suddenly becoming a sovereign state and governing all of Italy. Then, from the west, a new power emerges, the Libyans **. Over centuries, Libyan tribes had been migrating into the delta, some settling as mercenaries or laborers. Now, military chieftains of Libyan descent seize control of the delta, establishing their own dynasties, like the 22nd dynasty, founded by Sheshonq I often identified with the biblical Shishak, who campaigns against Jerusalem. You see them, distinct in their features, and often wearing feathered headdresses, ruling Egypt, yet often adopting Egyptian titles and customs. It's a period of uneasy coexistence, of foreign rulers trying to legitimize themselves by embracing the culture they've conquered. Just as you get used to the idea of Libyan pharaohs, another surprising force rises from the south, far upstream, in the ancient land of Nubia, modern Sudan. A kingdom called Kush has been steadily growing in power and embracing Egyptian culture, religion, and even their script. They see themselves as the true inheritors of Egyptian tradition, purer and more pious than the fragmented northern rulers. Around 747 BCE, a mighty Kushite king named Pionki leads his armies northward. You witness his pious devotion and military might as he conquers all of Egypt, from Nubia to the Delta, reuniting the land once more. This is the 25th dynasty the Nubian or Kushite dynasty. You see pharaohs like Pi, Shabaka, and Tahaka ruling from Memphis and Thebes, building grand temples, especially in Nubia, where they reconstruct and expand monuments like the Temple of Ammon at Jebel Barkal, and reviving old kingdom traditions. In art and religion, they are black pharaohs, powerful and deeply devout, bringing a brief, yet significant, resurgence of unity and grandeur. You feel a sense of renewed religious fervor, a return to the piety of old. But the ancient Near East is a dangerous neighborhood. While the Kushite pharaohs are consolidating their hold on Egypt, a new, terrifying superpower has emerged. The Assyrian Empire Their armies are professional, brutal, and incredibly efficient, known for their siege warfare and ruthless tactics. You feel the cold dread as rumors of their approach spread. Around 671 BCE, the Assyrians, under Esarhaddon, invade Egypt, clashing with the Kushite forces. You witness the ferocity of the battles, the clanging of iron weapons, a new technology from the Near East, superior to Egypt's bronze. The sheer overwhelming force of the Assyrian war machine. The Kushites are eventually defeated and driven back to Nubia, Egypt. The land of pharaohs, the ancient empire, is now occupied by a foreign power. It's a bitter humiliation, a final, definitive end to native Egyptian rule on their own soil. The cycle of unity and division reaches its most devastating point: foreign subjugation. The Assyrians install a line of Egyptian vassal kings, ushering in the Sate period 26th dynasty, named after their capital Sais in the Delta. For a brief time, under rulers like Sontekai, they managed to regain independence and foster a brief, self-conscious cultural renaissance. Looking back to the old kingdom for inspiration in art and architecture, you see the elegant, almost archaic style in their sculpture, a desperate attempt to reconnect with a glorious past. They even revive old titles and practices. But it's a fragile independence, always under the shadow of larger empires. And then comes the Persian Empire Under the formidable Cambyses too, the Persians sweep across the Near East. In 525 BCE, they conquer Egypt at the Battle of Pelusium, establishing the 27th dynasty. You feel the weight of this new, seemingly unconquerable power. Egypt becomes a mere satrapy, a province within a vast empire stretching from India to Greece. The pharaoh, that divine embodiment of Horus, is now just a distant king in Persepolis. For over a century, Egypt remains largely under Persian rule, with brief periods of regained independence, often sparked by internal revolts or Persian weakness. You see native pharaohs trying to reassert control. But it's a losing battle. The power dynamics of the ancient world have fundamentally shifted. Egypt, once the sole superpower, is now a prize to be won by others. The great civilization that birthed monumental architecture, intricate religions, and a sophisticated bureaucracy now finds itself struggling to maintain its own identity amidst a sea of conquerors. The familiar cycle of rise and fall, of reunification and fragmentation, has broken. The sun is setting on the age of the native Egyptian pharaohs, giving way to a new era where the rulers of Egypt will speak different languages, worship different gods, and hail from distant lands. The ancient, glorious, and endlessly complex story of Egypt is far from over. But the leading actors on its stage are about to change dramatically, bringing with them a whole new set of cultural clashes, political intrigues, and, eventually, a queen whose name would be known to history as one of the most famous women to ever live. But not just yet. First, another Macedonian must arrive, one whose name is synonymous with world conquest, paving the way for a whole new dynasty. First, another Macedonian must arrive, one whose name is synonymous with world conquest, paving the way for a whole new dynasty, and a queen whose legend would eclipse all others. You're still reeling from the Persian conquest, feeling the oppressive weight of foreign rule. When the whispers begin, whispers of a young, audacious king from Macedon, sweeping across the ancient world like a whirlwind. A king who commands an army unlike any seen before, an army not just of soldiers, but of brilliant tacticians and engineers. His name uttered, first in hushed tones, then with open excitement, is Alexander ***. You're in Egypt in 330 to BCE, and the Persian satraps, their governors, are not exactly beloved. They've been heavy-handed, oppressive, and prone to insulting Egyptian gods. So, when Alexander marches into Egypt, he's not met with fierce resistance. He's greeted as a liberator. You see the crowds lining the streets, cheering, throwing flowers, showering him with praise. He's not a conqueror here. He's a divine deliverer, come to restore ***. It helps that he sacrifices to the Egyptian gods and embraces their traditions, a shrewd political move that contrasts sharply with the Persians' disrespect. He journeys to the sacred oasis of Siwa, deep in the western desert. You trek alongside his retinue, feeling the vast, silent emptiness of the desert, the scorching sun, the fine sand getting into everything ***. At Siwa, he consults the famous oracle of Ammon, whose priests greet him as the son of Ammon himself. For Alexander, it's a powerful legitimizing moment for the Egyptians. It's proof that he truly is a divine pharaoh, sent by the gods to rule their land. You watch him emerge from the sanctuary, bathed in newfound divinity, his destiny confirmed. It's a brilliant piece of ancient spin doctoring, solidifying his claim to the throne without a single battle fought on Egyptian soil. Before he leaves, Alexander does something else profoundly impactful. He founds a new city, not in the traditional heartland, but on the Mediterranean coast, a strategic location between Lake Mareotis and the sea. He names it, rather humbly, after himself, Alexandria, You see the initial blueprint, the grand vision. It's designed to be a major port, a nexus of trade between East and West, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. He personally oversees its layout, marking out its streets and squares with barley flour, envisioning a city of unparalleled grandeur and learning. He's basically building the ancient world's Silicon Valley, a hub of innovation and global connection. Then, just as quickly as he arrived, Alexander departs. He leaves Egypt under the command of two Egyptian governors and a Macedonian general named Ptolemy, then marches off to conquer the rest of the Persian Empire. You feel the buzz of anticipation, the hope for a new golden age. But Alexander, the great conqueror, never returns. He dies suddenly in Babylon in 323 BCE, at the ridiculously young age of 32. Imagine achieving all that, then just poof, gone. It's like a rock star dying at the peak of their fame, leaving behind a power vacuum of epic proportions. His vast empire, built on sheer personal charisma and military genius, immediately splinters. His generals, the Diadochi successors, carve up the conquered lands, plunging the Hellenistic world into decades of brutal, shifting wars. And the general left in charge of Egypt, that's our guy, Ptolemy, Ptolemy, a shrewd and pragmatic companion of Alexander's, watches the chaos unfold, while others are fighting over vast, unwieldy territories. He quietly consolidates his hold on Egypt. He understands that Egypt, protected by its deserts and the Nile, is a self-contained, incredibly rich prize, his masterstroke. He steals Alexander's body. Yes, literally. Alexander's corpse was being transported for burial in Macedon, but Ptolemy intercepts the funeral procession and brings it to Memphis, eventually burying it in a magnificent tomb in Alexandria. This isn't just grave robbing. It's a brilliant propaganda coup. Possessing the body of the revered conqueror gives Ptolemy immense legitimacy in the eyes of the populace and rival generals. It's like stealing the crown jewels and the monarch's remains to prove you're the rightful heir. In 305 BCE, Ptolemy finally declares himself king, taking the regnal name Ptolemy Isota Ptolemy the Savior. He establishes the Ptolemaic dynasty a line of Macedonian Greek rulers who will govern Egypt for nearly 3 centuries. Right up to the doorstep of Cleopatra herself. You feel the distinct shift. This isn't native Egyptian rule, nor Persian. This is a Hellenistic kingdom, a blend of Greek ambition and Egyptian tradition, headquartered in a brand new, glittering capital. You walk the bustling streets of Alexandria, The city Alexander founded, now truly coming into its own. It's a marvel, a true cosmopolitan hub unlike anything Egypt has seen before. Imagine a city where Greek is the language of power and administration, but Egyptian, Aramaic, Hebrew, and countless other tongues mingle in the bustling markets. The architecture is a vibrant mix: Greek temples, Egyptian-style obelisks, grand boulevards, public baths. The air hums with intellectual energy, the clamor of trade, and the constant rush of innovation. It's the ancient world's New York City, a melting pot of cultures, ideas, and ambitions. At the heart of Alexandria stands the magnificent pharaohs the lighthouse of Alexandria, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. You crane your neck to look up at its towering height, estimated at over 100 meters, round 330 feet, casting its light for miles across the Mediterranean, guiding ships safely into the harbor. It's not just a navigational aid, it's a symbol of Ptolemaic power, a dazzling monument to their technological prowess and their control of maritime trade. Imagine a structure taller than the Statue of Liberty, beaming light from a complex system of mirrors, powered by perpetually burning fires. It was a marvel, but the real treasure of Alexandria isn't the lighthouse. It's the Great Library **. You step inside, feeling the hush of reverence, the scent of papyrus filling the air. This isn't just a building, it's the intellectual capital of the ancient world. Founded by Ptolemy I and massively expanded by his son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, it aimed to collect every single book written in the known world. Thousands upon thousands of papyrus scrolls line its shelves, encompassing philosophy, science, medicine, mathematics, literature, history, everything. Scholars from across the Mediterranean flock here, lured by state patronage and the opportunity to study the accumulated knowledge of humanity. You see Archimedes, Euclid, Eratosthenes, who calculated the Earth's circumference with astonishing accuracy, and many other brilliant minds debating, researching, and pushing the boundaries of human understanding. It's like a combination of Oxford, MIT, and Google rolled into one magnificent institution. And nearby, the Mausian Museum, a research institute where scholars lived, studied, and lectured, supported by the royal purse. It's truly a golden age of intellectual curiosity and advancement. The early Ptolemies, especially Ptolemy I, II, and III Soter, Philadelphus, and Euergetes, were incredibly effective rulers. They centralized power, established a ruthless but efficient bureaucracy, and managed Egypt's immense agricultural wealth like a well-oiled machine. You see the grain flowing from the fields, controlled by royal monopolies, filling the granaries, and fueling a booming economy. They expand trade routes, build a powerful navy, and project Egyptian influence across the eastern Mediterranean. It's an empire built on brains, bronze, and barley, but for all their Hellenistic grandeur. The Ptolemies also understood the importance of legitimizing their rule to the native Egyptians. They adopted the traditional pharaonic titles, depicted themselves in Egyptian regalia on temple walls, and funded the construction of magnificent new temples in the traditional Egyptian style. You visit temples like Edfu, Kom Ombo, and Philae, feeling the familiar awe as you walk among colossal columns and vibrant reliefs, all built by Greek kings, but dedicated to Egyptian gods like Horus, Isis, and Sobek. They even created a new, syncretic god, Serapis, a blend of Osiris and the sacred Apis bull, designed to bridge the gap between Greek and Egyptian religious beliefs. It's a clever bit of cultural engineering, trying to unify a diverse population under a single, albeit imposed, deity. However, there's a rather peculiar family tradition that develops within the Ptolemaic dynasty. Incestuous marriage, to maintain the purity of the Macedonian royal bloodline, and to emulate the Egyptian pharaonic tradition, where sibling marriage was sometimes practiced to keep the divine blood pure, though not as consistently. The Ptolemies frequently married their own brothers and sisters. You hear the whispers, the gasps, the outright confusion among the Greek populations. Ptolemy II Philadelphus famously married his full sister, Arsinoe, too. This practice becomes a hallmark of the dynasty, leading to a family tree that looks less like a tree and more like a tightly wound, inbred wreath. While it might have secured their power initially, later generations would arguably suffer from the genetic consequences and the sheer dysfunction of their family dynamics. Imagine a royal reality show, but with far more poisoning and political intrigue. As the dynasty progresses, particularly after the strong reigns of the first three Ptolemies, you begin to feel a subtle shift. The initial vigor and intelligence seem to wane. Later Ptolemies are often characterized by infighting, assassinations, and increasing weakness. The wealth of Egypt, once managed so carefully, begins to be squandered on lavish personal indulgence, costly civil wars, and increasingly desperate bribes to fend off external threats. The constant wars with other Hellenistic kingdoms, especially the Seleucid Empire, the former Persian territories, also drain resources. These Syrian wars are a back-and-forth struggle for control of the Levant, bleeding both sides dry and leaving Egypt vulnerable. You feel the growing tension between the Greek ruling class and the native Egyptian population. The Greeks hold all the power, control all the high positions, and live in relative luxury, while the Egyptians, though nominally free, are essentially a conquered populace, taxed heavily and often excluded from positions of influence. Rebellions, though usually suppressed brutally, become more frequent. You hear the frustrated grumbles of Egyptian priests, their traditional authority undermined, their language slowly being sidelined in favor of Greek. It's a slow-burning resentment, a pressure cooker waiting to explode. And then there's the elephant in the room, or rather, the growing empire in the West. Rome, The mighty Roman Republic, having conquered Carthage and unified Italy, is now expanding relentlessly, casting its long shadow across the entire Mediterranean. You see Roman emissaries arriving in Alexandria, no longer as equals, but as condescending patrons. Egypt, once the sole superpower, finds itself increasingly reliant on Rome for protection against its Hellenistic rivals, and ironically, against its own rebellious populace. The later Ptolemies become little more than pawns in Roman politics. Their succession disputes often settled by Roman legions or Roman senators. You feel the humiliation, the erosion of sovereignty. Kings are overthrown, exiled, assassinated, often at the whim of Roman politicians or generals who see Egypt's vast wealth as a personal ATM. The glory of the great library and the lighthouse seems a distant memory, overshadowed by the grim reality of foreign interference. The once proud Ptolemaic dynasty, weakened by internal strife and external pressure, becomes a shadow of its former self. Their family feuds are legendary, a chaotic soap opera of betrayal, murder, and political maneuvering. Brothers kill brothers, sisters kill sisters. Mothers plot against their children. It's a truly dysfunctional family, with the fate of an empire hanging in the balance. The royal court becomes a den of intrigue, a desperate struggle for power. Often fueled by Roman manipulation, you witness the decay, the decline in grandeur outside of Alexandria. Temples are left unfinished, irrigation systems fall into disrepair, and the general prosperity of the countryside suffers under the weight of an increasingly desperate and corrupt administration. The once vibrant intellectual life of Alexandria begins to dim as the royal patronage wanes, and political instability makes scholarly pursuits less secure. The stage is set for the final, dramatic act of the Ptolemaic dynasty. The empire, no longer ruling vast swathes of land, is now confined almost entirely to Egypt itself, its destiny inextricably linked to the rising star of Rome. The last few Ptolemaic rulers cling to power by a thread, navigating the treacherous currents of Roman civil wars, desperately trying to pick the winning side. And it's into this volatile, dangerous world that the most famous of all the Ptolemaic queens will be born, a woman of extraordinary intelligence, charisma, and ambition, who will attempt one last, audacious gamble to restore Egypt to its former glory. She speaks multiple languages, commands armies, and masterminds political intrigues with a skill that would make Machiavelli blush. She will try to seduce the very men who hold the fate of the Roman world in their hands, believing that through alliances and cunning she can prevent the inevitable. Her reign and her ultimate fate will mark the definitive end of ancient Egypt as an independent kingdom, ushering in centuries of Roman rule. But before her dramatic entrance, you need to understand the men she will try to charm, challenge, and ultimately lose to. The titans of the Roman Republic. You're standing on the precipice of a monumental shift, a tectonic plate of history grinding against another. The Ptolemies, for all their Alexandrian splendor and incestuous quirks, are now dancing on a rapidly shrinking stage and casting an ever longer, increasingly ominous shadow across the Mediterranean are those aforementioned titans. The very architects of the Roman Republic imagine a different kind of empire now. Not one built on divine kingship and monumental tombs, but on legions, law, and ruthless political ambition. Rome isn't just a kingdom, it's a sprawling republic, a complex web of senators, consuls, and generals constantly vying for power, expanding its reach through conquest and a relentless policy of absorption. They don't just defeat you, they integrate you. Or, if you're particularly troublesome, they turn you into a parking lot. You feel the raw, unpolished power of Rome. Their soldiers aren't just fighting with bronze. They're wielding superior iron weapons. Their legions moving with a disciplined precision that would make any pharaoh's army weep. Their engineering isn't about eternal rest. It's about practical domination, roads that crisscross continents, aqueducts that bring water to vast cities, siege engines that can crack any wall. They're like the ultimate ancient world contractors, but instead of houses, they build empires. By this point, the 1st century BCE, the Roman Republic is in a state of perpetual, barely controlled chaos. It's not an empire yet, officially, but it acts like one. Powerful generals, backed by their fiercely loyal legions, are constantly clashing, eager to assert their dominance. It's like a particularly violent season of Survivor, Roman Republic edition, where the prize is absolute power, and the losers usually end up dead. You hear the names whispered, then shouted, then carved onto triumphal arches. Pompey the Great a military genius who cleared the Mediterranean of pirates and conquered vast swathes of the East. Crassus the wealthiest man in Rome, who used his money to climb the political ladder. And, of course, Gaius Julius Caesar the charismatic, brilliant, utterly ambitious general whose very name still conjures images of conquest and political genius. These three men, for a time, formed the first triumvirate an unofficial, power-sharing agreement designed to carve up the world and keep each other in check. Spoiler alert, it didn't last. Egypt, with its immense wealth, its critical grain supply, Rome always needed bread for its hungry populace, and its strategic location is too tempting a prize to ignore. It's the ancient world's equivalent of an oil-rich nation, too valuable to be truly independent. The later Ptolemies, weakened by their endless family squabbles and the genetic consequences of centuries of inbreeding, cling to power by showering Roman generals with gold, desperately trying to play one Roman faction against another. It's a humiliating existence for a dynasty that once ruled an empire. They're like that one Sprout, now fading celebrity who's constantly trying to schmooze the latest hotshot producer. And it's into this volatile, Roman-dominated pressure cooker that our final, most famous Ptolemaic queen makes her dramatic entrance. Cleopatra 7 Philippator you first catch sight of her, not as a glamorous temptress of Hollywood legend, but as a young, incredibly astute and desperately ambitious princess. She's born in 69 BCE, the daughter of Ptolemy the 12th Auletes, a weak, drunken, and utterly corrupt king who owed his throne and kept it largely to Roman bribes and support. Imagine growing up in a palace where your father is routinely exiled by his own people, only to be reinstated by Roman legions, where your family members are constantly plotting to kill each other for the throne, and where the most powerful foreign nation on earth treats your country like a personal piggy bank. This isn't a fairy tale. It's a brutal education in survival. But Cleopatra is different. She possesses the famed Ptolemaic intellect, but none of the later dynasties' sloth or weakness. She's fiercely intelligent, highly educated, and, unlike almost all her Ptolemaic predecessors, she bothers to learn Egyptian not just the official Greek of the court, but the actual language of her people, along with at least half a dozen other languages. This immediately sets her apart, earning her respect from the native populace and signaling a keen understanding of governance. She's also a shrewd politician, a master of strategy, and possesses a charisma that transcends mere beauty. She doesn't just charm, she persuades. She outmaneuvers. She understands the levers of power. Her father dies in 51 BCE, leaving the throne to Cleopatra and her younger brother, Ptolemy the 13th, who, in typical Ptolemaic fashion, she is forced to marry. The will stipulates they rule together, but almost immediately, Ptolemy the 13th's ambitious regents, led by a eunuch named Pothinus and a general named Achilles, move to sideline Cleopatra. You feel the familiar, sickening lurch of a palace coup. Cleopatra is exiled to Syria, where she begins to raise an army to reclaim her throne. Then, the Roman Civil War explodes. Julius Caesar and Pompey the Great, once uneasy allies, are now locked in a desperate struggle for control of the Republic. Pompey, defeated at the Battle of Pharsalus in Greece in 48 BCE, flees to Egypt, hoping for refuge from Ptolemy the 13th, his former client. Bad move. Pompey, Ptolemy the 13th's regents, eager to curry favor with the victorious Caesar, decide to make a gruesome welcome present. They assassinate Pompey, beheading him on the shores of Egypt. You hear the gasp of horror, the murmurs of disgust even from Romans who once opposed him. It's a calculated act of treachery. Caesar arrives in Alexandria shortly after, expecting to pursue Pompey, and is instead presented with his rival's severed head. He's reportedly horrified, not because he particularly liked Pompey, but because it was an affront to Roman dignity and the proper way to treat a vanquished enemy. He was a Roman. He didn't appreciate cheap theatrics from provincial kings. He decides to stay and settle the ongoing dispute between the royal siblings. This is Cleopatra's moment. She knows she needs to get to Caesar, but Alexandria is controlled by her brother's faction. So, in a scene that would become legendary, She has herself famously smuggled into the palace, possibly rolled up in a carpet or a laundry sack, depending on whose story you believe, and delivered directly to Caesar's private chambers. You imagine the surprise on Caesar's face, then the spark of recognition in his eyes as he meets this audacious, intelligent young woman. Their meeting is transformational. Caesar, an older, seasoned statesman and general, is immediately captivated by Cleopatra's sharp mind, her linguistic skills, and her sheer force of personality. This isn't just a political alliance. It's a passionate affair with Caesar's support. Cleopatra defeats her brother's faction in the Alexandrian War during which the Library of Alexandria reportedly suffers some damage from a fire, a tragic early blow to its vast collection. Ptolemy XIII drowns in the Nile, and Cleopatra is firmly established on the throne, ruling alongside another younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, who was essentially a figurehead. You see Cleopatra journeying to Rome with Caesar, arriving with their infant son, Caesarion meaning Little Caesar, born in 47 BCE. She lives in Caesar's villa on the Tiber, a foreign queen, mother of the conqueror's only son. Intriguing and unsettling the conservative Roman elite. Imagine the gossip, the scandal, the sheer audacity of it. She's trying to position Egypt as a key ally, a vital part of Caesar's emerging vision for the Roman world. Perhaps even securing the future for her son as Caesar's true heir. She might even have dreamed of a unified Roman-Egyptian empire, with her son at its head. But then, tragedy strikes. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, Julius Caesar is assassinated by a conspiracy of Roman senators. You hear the collective gasp of the empire, the sudden lurch of chaos as the architect of the new order falls. Cleopatra is left stranded in Rome, her powerful protector gone, her grand designs for Caesarion shattered. She quickly returns to Egypt, understanding the immediate danger to herself and her son. She promptly eliminates her last remaining royal sibling, Ptolemy XIV, clearing the path for Caesarion to be her co-ruler. She's a survivor, always. The death of Caesar plunges Rome into another, even bloodier, series of civil wars. Another triumvirate forms. Mark Antony, Caesar's loyal general and charismatic right-hand man. Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and designated heir, a cold, calculating political genius. And Lepidus, a less significant figure who soon fades from relevance. These three carve up the Roman world once more, with Antony taking the east, Octavian the west, and Lepidus getting the short end of the stick. Cleopatra, ever the pragmatist, knows she needs a new Roman ally, and Antony, with his love for Hellenistic culture, his flamboyant lifestyle, and his need for Egyptian wealth to fund his eastern campaigns, is the perfect target. You see her preparing for their first meeting. In Tarsus, 41 BCE, she doesn't just show up. She makes an entrance. She sails up the Cydnus River on a gilded barge, with silver oars, perfumed sails, and attendants dressed as cupids, while she herself reclines under a gold-embroidered canopy, dressed as Aphrodite. It's a show, a spectacle designed to impress. And it works. Antony, immediately captivated, falls deeply, irrevocably in love, or, at least, deeply infatuated and strategically allied. Their relationship is passionate, political, and profoundly scandalous to Roman sensibilities. They spend winters together in Alexandria, feasting, drinking, and ruling. Cleopatra bears him 3 children, twins Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene, and later Ptolemy Philadelphus. She solidifies her position using Antony's influence to regain lost Egyptian territories in the Near East, restoring some of the old Ptolemaic Empire's glory. She's rebuilding her kingdom, brick by political brick. But this grand romance and political alliance infuriates Octavian back in Rome. He views Antony's entanglement with Cleopatra as a moral outrage, a betrayal of Roman values, and a direct threat to his own power. He launches a vicious propaganda war against Antony, portraying him as a degenerate, under the spell of an exotic, dangerous foreign queen, who dreams of moving the capital of the Roman Empire to Alexandria. You hear the speeches, the rumors, the carefully crafted smear campaigns. Cleopatra, once a shrewd ally, is now cast as a monstrous seductress, a threat to Roman liberty. The tension escalates into the final, decisive civil war of the Roman Republic. It's a clash between East and West, between the Hellenistic allure of Alexandria and the stern traditions of Rome. Antony and Cleopatra gather their combined forces, a massive fleet, thousands of soldiers, funded by Egypt's boundless wealth. Octavian, equally determined, marshals his formidable Roman legions and navy. You are there, in 31 BCE, at the Battle of Actium off the coast of Greece. It's a colossal naval engagement, the fate of the Roman world hanging in the balance. You see the massive warships clashing, the air thick with the whiz of arrows, the thud of grappling hooks, the shouts of rowers and soldiers. Antony and Cleopatra command their forces from flagship to flagship. The battle is fierce, chaotic, but Octavian's admiral, Agrippa, is a brilliant tactician mid-battle. In a move still debated by historians, was it a strategic retreat or sheer panic? Cleopatra's Egyptian fleet turns and flees, followed shortly by Antony's flagship. The combined forces collapse. It's a catastrophic defeat. The aftermath is swift and brutal. Antony and Cleopatra flee back to Egypt, pursued by Octavian's victorious legions. They try to regroup, to raise another army, but hope is fading fast. You feel the desperation, the looming inevitability of their defeat. In 30 BCE, Octavian's forces finally breach Alexandria. Antony, receiving false news that Cleopatra is dead, falls on his sword, dying in her arms. Cleopatra, trapped in her monument, tries one last desperate gamble to charm Octavian, to save herself and her children, to preserve Egypt's independence. She meets him, intelligent, captivating, attempting to weave her spell. But Octavian is a different kind of Roman. He's cold, unyielding, and completely immune to her charms. He intends to parade her through Rome as a captive in his triumph. A humiliating display designed to symbolize his ultimate victory. Cleopatra, the proud queen who had defied Rome for so long, refuses this final indignity. You witness her last, defiant act. Rather than allow herself to be paraded, she orchestrates her own death, reportedly by allowing an asp Egyptian cobra to bite her. Though it could have been a poisoned needle or dagger, her death is a final assertion of control, a refusal to be a Roman trophy, Caesarion. Her son by Caesar is quickly executed by Octavian, who recognizes him as a threat to his own legitimacy. Antony's and Cleopatra's other children are taken to Rome, eventually fading into obscurity with her death. The ** Ptolemaic dynasty ends **. And, perhaps even more significantly, the ** Roman Republic effectively ends **. Octavian, now unchallenged, consolidates his power, adopts the title of Augustus, and becomes the first Roman emperor. Egypt becomes a personal province of the emperor, ruled directly by his appointed prefects, not by the Senate. Its immense wealth, especially its grain, is now directed entirely to Rome, feeding the imperial capital and cementing Rome's dominance. You feel the profound silence that falls over Egypt, the age of the pharaohs, in all its forms, native, Persian, Greek, is definitively over. For the next 6 centuries, Egypt will be a critical, wealthy, but ultimately subordinate part of the vast Roman and later Byzantine Empire. Its unique identity will persist. Its temples still built and worshipped in for centuries. Its ancient traditions clinging stubbornly to life. But its political independence is gone. The land that birthed civilization, that built wonders to touch the stars, now simply serves its new master. The Nile still flows, the sun still shines, but the ancient heart of Egypt, once beating to its own rhythm, now beats to the drum of Rome. And as you gaze across the vast, timeless landscape, you realize this isn't just the end of an era. It's the beginning of a long, long sleep for a once mighty empire, at least in terms of self-rule. But the story of Egypt, ever resilient, will continue to evolve, to adapt, to whisper its ancient secrets under new foreign masters, waiting for the sands of time to shift yet again, waiting for the sands of time to shift yet again, and shift. They do, with a quiet, efficient grinding that contrasts sharply with the flamboyant drama of the Ptolemies. You're now in Roman Egypt, a place utterly transformed, yet stubbornly familiar. The dramatic era of pharaohs, of living gods and divine queens, is decisively over. Cleopatra, the last link to that ancient majesty, is gone. Her death wasn't just the end of a dynasty. It was the symbolic guillotine for 3,000 years of independent pharaonic rule. Egypt is no longer a kingdom. It's a asterisk province asterisk of the mighty Roman Empire. But not just any province. You feel a new, subtle, almost possessive energy in the air. This isn't a regular senatorial province, like Gaul or Hispania, whose governors are appointed by the Roman Senate. Oh no, Egypt is deemed too rich, too strategically vital, and its people too prone to rebellion to be left to the whims of ordinary senators. It becomes the personal property of the Roman emperor imagine that an entire nation. The breadbasket of the Mediterranean treated as the emperor's private estate, his personal ATM. You'll never see a Roman senator set foot here without the emperor's direct permission. Instead, Egypt is governed by a prefect, an equestrian, a Roman knight appointed directly by the emperor, answerable only to him. You see these prefects, stern, efficient, often ruthless men, dressed in their Roman togas, overseeing the vast bureaucracy that funnels Egypt's immense wealth, primarily its grain, directly to Rome. You walk through Alexandria, still the glittering capital, but its intellectual spark feels a little muted. Its political pulse now beating to a rhythm dictated thousands of miles away in Rome. The clank of Roman legions is a constant presence, reminding everyone exactly who is in charge. These aren't just border patrols. They're the ultimate security force for the emperor's personal bank account. You hear the Latin spoken in the administrative offices, a sharp contrast to the Greek that dominated the Ptolemaic court, and the Demotic Egyptian still spoken by the common people. The importance of Egypt to Rome cannot be overstated. It's the granary of the empire its fertile fields, watered by the predictable bounty of the Nile, produce enough wheat to feed the millions of hungry mouths in Rome and its legions. You witness the enormous ships, the novi honoraria laden with grain, sailing regularly from Alexandria's vast harbor to Ostia, Rome's port. Without this steady flow of Egyptian wheat, Rome would starve, and its emperors would face popular unrest. It's the ancient world's version of critical infrastructure, too vital to fail. Culturally, Egypt under Rome is a fascinating, if sometimes awkward, blend. The Romans, practical and somewhat superstitious, were often intrigued by Egypt's ancient religious traditions. You still see temples being built in the traditional Egyptian style, funded by Roman emperors, often depicting them in pharaonic dress, making offerings to Egyptian gods. They are playing the part, ensuring legitimacy. In the eyes of the native population, the cult of Isis, in particular, spreads throughout the Roman world, her temples appearing in Rome itself and across the empire, a testament to the enduring appeal of Egyptian spirituality. It's like a spiritual cultural exchange program, but slightly more one-sided. But this doesn't mean the Egyptians are truly equal partners. The Roman administration is systematic and extractive. Taxation is heavy. The elaborate infrastructure of Ptolemaic Egypt, while maintained for agricultural output, isn't significantly expanded. The native Egyptian population, the fellahin farmers, remain at the bottom of the social hierarchy, largely excluded from power, their lives revolving around the endless cycles of the Nile and the demands of the Roman tax collector. You see the resentment simmering beneath the surface, occasionally erupting into localized revolts, which are, predictably, crushed with brutal efficiency by the legions. Yet, from this cultural melting pot, something unique emerges, the ***Fayum. Mummy portraits ***. You see them, startlingly realistic painted panels inserted into the linen wrappings of mummies, preserving the faces of individuals, mostly from the Hellenized Roman elite, for eternity. These aren't idealized pharaonic figures, they're ordinary people, with their wrinkles, their expressions, their very humanity preserved with a painter's brush. It's a poignant fusion of Roman portraiture, Greek artistic skill, and Egyptian funerary beliefs. A direct gaze across to millennia. It's like seeing a perfectly preserved Instagram profile from 2,000 years ago, complete with their best selfie dot as the centuries pass. The distinct cultural markers of ancient Egypt begin to fade. Slowly, irrevocably, the ability to read hieroglyphs. Once the sacred script of the gods and kings becomes increasingly rare, confined to a dwindling number of priests. The spoken Egyptian language evolves into Coptic ***, written with Greek letters plus a few additional characters for sounds unique to Egyptian. This becomes the language of the common people and, critically, the language of the burgeoning Christian community. The last dated hieroglyphic inscription is from 390 for CE, a final whisper from an ancient world. The 4th century CE brings another seismic shift, the rise of Christianity ***. The Roman Empire, once persecutor of Christians, now embraces the new faith. Emperor Theodosius I makes Christianity the official state religion, leading to a systematic suppression of paganism throughout the empire. In Egypt, this means the end of the ancient Egyptian religion. You witness the closure of temples, the defacement of pagan imagery, the conversion of some temples into churches, the age-old rituals, the reverence for animal gods. The elaborate mummification practices all gradually cease. The once mighty Amun priesthood, already weakened by centuries of foreign rule, finally disappears into the sands of time. It's a quiet but profound cultural revolution, transforming the very soul of the land. Egypt becomes a vibrant center of early Christian thought. Alexandria, with its rich intellectual heritage, becomes a hub for theological debates, sometimes heated, enough to spill into street riots between rival factions. You hear the sermons, the hymns, the fervent prayers of the new believers, and in the desert, a unique spiritual movement takes root. Monasticism ***. Thousands of men and women abandon worldly life, retreating into the harsh desert to live lives of ascetic devotion, praying, fasting, and building isolated communities. You feel the profound piety and disciplined austerity of these early monks and hermits. laying the foundation for the Coptic Church a distinct form of Christianity that will endure in Egypt. To this day, a testament to the resilience of Egyptian identity, even under new religious forms. By the late 4th century, the vast Roman Empire begins to fracture. It officially splits into the Western and Eastern Roman empires. Egypt, naturally, falls under the sway of the Eastern Roman Empire or the Byzantine Empire with its capital at Constantinople, modern Istanbul. You feel the subtle shift in focus, away from Rome and towards this new imperial center, still hungry for Egypt's grain and wealth. The Byzantine rule continues the Roman administrative model, but with a distinctly Greek and increasingly Christian flavor. The 6th and early 7th centuries bring renewed instability. The Byzantines are constantly at war, especially with the powerful Sasanian Persian Empire You witness short, brutal periods of Persian occupation in Egypt, a brief, jarring return of an old foe. These wars drain resources, disrupt trade, and further destabilize the land, leaving Egypt exhausted and vulnerable. The resentment against Byzantine rule, often perceived as distant and oppressive, grows among the native Coptic population, who also faced persecution for their theological differences. From Constantinople, it's a simmering cauldron of discontent, ready to boil over, and then, with the unexpected speed of a desert wind, a new force rives, utterly transforming the Mediterranean world. You feel the tremor, not of an earthquake, but of a new spiritual and military tide rising from the Arabian Peninsula. The Islamic conquest its single quotes S639 CE, the Byzantine Empire, weakened by decades of war with the Sasanians and internal divisions, is caught off guard. A relatively small, disciplined army of Arab Muslims under the command of Omar ibn Allah's marches into Egypt. They are driven by a new faith, Islam, and an incredible zeal. You hear their battle cries, the rhythmic thud of their marching feet, the powerful call to prayer echoing across the desert. The initial resistance from Byzantine garrisons is fierce, but often uncoordinated. The long-suffering Coptic population, alienated by Byzantine religious policies and heavy taxation, often offers little support to their Byzantine overlords, and sometimes even actively aids the Muslim invaders, seeing them perhaps as liberators, or at least a lesser evil. It's a complex, rapid collapse. You witness the siege of Babylon in Egypt a formidable Byzantine fortress near modern Cairo. The siege is prolonged and bloody, a testament to Roman engineering and Arab persistence. After months of grinding warfare, Babylon falls in 641. This is the strategic heart of Byzantine control over Upper Egypt. Omar ibn al-As then turns his attention to Alexandria, the jewel of the Mediterranean. The siege of Alexandria is even more protracted, a testament to the city's immense fortifications and the strength of the Byzantine navy. After more than a year, the city finally capitulates in 640 to CE. You see the triumphant entry of the Muslim forces, the end of Byzantine rule, and the beginning of a new chapter in Egypt's millennia-long story. The ancient pharaoh's lighthouse still stands, but its light now shines for a new master. The great library, already diminished by centuries of neglect and accidental fires, ultimately disappears entirely. Its precise fate a mystery, a poignant symbol of the passing of an era. With the fall of Alexandria, Egypt officially becomes a part of the vast, rapidly expanding Islamic Caliphate The capital of Egypt moves from Alexandria inland to Fustat a military encampment founded by Omar ibn al-As near the fallen Babylon, which will eventually grow into modern Cairo. This shift signals a new administrative and political orientation, away from the Mediterranean and towards the Arabian heartland of the new empire. You feel the profound, yet gradual, cultural transformation. Arabic becomes the language of administration, then increasingly the language of daily life, slowly but surely replacing Coptic, while conversion to Islam is not forced. Economic incentives, social pressures, and the desire to integrate into the new ruling class lead to a steady, centuries-long process of Islamization and Arabization The Coptic Christian community, though it shrinks, admirably retains its faith. Its language now used primarily for religious liturgy, and its distinct identity, an enduring thread connecting modern Egypt to its ancient past. The grand, continuous narrative of pharaonic Egypt, with its unique gods, scripts, and monumental aspiration, definitively comes to an end. No more hieroglyphs, no more mummification, no more pharaohs. The ancient temples, once centers of vibrant religious life, now stand as silent, awe-inspiring ruins covered by desert sands, their sacred imagery often defaced by iconoclastic Christians or Muslims. They become historical curiosities, monuments to a vanished world, not living centers of worship. Egypt is now a province of a series of Islamic empires. First the Rashidun then the Umayyad and then the Abbasid Caliphates It contributes its wealth and its people to these vast, interconnected Islamic polities. It's no longer the center of the world, but a vital part of a new, dynamic, and rapidly expanding civilization. The story of Egypt doesn't end, of course. It continues through successive Islamic dynasties, the Tulunids, the Ikhshidids, the Fatimids who found Cairo and bring a brief, but brilliant, period of independent rule. The Ayyubids under Saladin, no less, and the Mamluks, each leaving their mark, each building new mosques, madrasas, and palaces that define a new Egyptian identity. Then comes the Ottoman conquest, centuries of Turkish rule, followed by Napoleon's brief but impactful invasion, then British occupation, until finally, in the 20th century, Egypt regains its modern independence. But the Egypt you've been exploring, the Egypt of pharaohs, pyramids, and Ptolemies, the land that gave birth to such enduring wonders and mysteries, that shaped the very notion of civilization, that story, in its ancient form, concludes here, under the watchful eye of the crescent moon and the new sounds of Arabic. The ancient whispers might fade, but they are never truly silenced, carried on the desert winds, preserved in forgotten tombs, and echoed in the enduring spirit of a land that has witnessed more history than almost any other dot. And as you stand there, feeling the ancient dust beneath your feet, realizing the immense sweep of time you've traversed, from mud huts to Roman rule, you can almost hear the soft, final turning of the page of this particular history, preparing you for a long, well-deserved sleep as the sands of time continue their relentless, unceasing flow, and flow they do, but with a different kind of rhythm now. For centuries, Egypt became a fascinating, yet often overlooked, part of larger empires. The vibrant, self-contained world of the pharaohs faded into a dusty memory, covered by the very sands that had birthed it. The colossal temples, once bustling with priests and pilgrims, gradually became silent, their reliefs weathered, their inner sanctums filled with the debris of ages or repurposed by new faiths. The majestic hieroglyphs, once the sacred script of the gods, became an inscrutable mystery, a beautiful but unreadable code to all but a dwindling few, then to none at all. It's like everyone suddenly forgot how to read the internet, and all those cat videos and conspiracy theories just became pretty pixel art. You walk among the ruins of these forgotten temples during these long centuries of Roman, Byzantine, and then Islamic rule. You see the marks of time, Coptic crosses carved over pagan reliefs, Arabic graffiti scratched onto temple walls, villagers building their mud brick homes directly into ancient structures, oblivious to the grandeur beneath their feet. The monuments aren't revered as living religious sites anymore. They're just convenient quarries for stone, or handy shelters from the relentless sun, or massive, inexplicable structures that just are asterisk. The knowledge of how and why they were built, the names of the kings they commemorated, the very stories they told largely vanished from the collective consciousness. The land of the pharaohs slept, a deep, long slumber under layers of sand and forgetfulness. Then, with the thunder of hooves and the flash of bayonets, something stirs the slumbering giant. It's the late 18th century, and the world is gripped by a new kind of conqueror. Not an ancient king, but a general from Corsica with an ego as monumental as any pyramid. Asterisk, asterisk, Napoleon Bonaparte, asterisk, asterisk. You're with him in 1798, not just as a military observer, but as part of his extraordinary entourage. Napoleon didn't just bring soldiers. He brought over 160 scholars, scientists, artists, and engineers. collectively known as the asterisk savants asterisk. He was fascinated by Egypt, seeing it as a key strategic prize and a land of ancient wonders, waiting to be uncovered. Imagine a military invasion, combined with the world's most ambitious research expedition. It's like Google hiring an army to conquer a country, then using its vast resources to document every single blade of grass. You see these asterisk savants asterisk fanning out across the country, sketching, measuring, documenting everything from the ancient monuments to the flora and fauna, the modern customs, and the geology. They're facing sandstorms, disease, hostile locals, and the occasional Mamluk cavalry charge, all while meticulously filling their notebooks. The sheer scale of their endeavor is breathtaking, culminating in the massive, multi-volume asterisk description, de-legible asterisk, which would effectively introduce ancient Egypt to the modern Western world. It's the ultimate academic mic drop, a massive coffee table book of an entire civilization. But amidst all this scholarly fervor, a discovery is made that will truly change everything. You're in the Delta, near the town of Rosetta, in 1799. French soldiers, while digging foundations for a fort, unearth a seemingly unremarkable black granodiorite slab. It's broken, incomplete, but covered in inscriptions. 3 different scripts. In fact, Greek at the bottom, a cursive form of Egyptian hieroglyphs called Demotic in the middle, and at the top, the elegant, enigmatic asterisk asterisk hieroglyphs asterisk asterisk themselves. This is the asterisk asterisk Rosetta Stone asterisk asterisk. You lean in, feeling the cool, smooth stone, tracing the lines of the unknown script. It's a decree from Ptolemy the Epiphanes, issued in 196 BCE. The crucial detail. The decree explicitly states that it's written in all 3 scripts, meaning they all convey the same message. It's an ancient bilingual dictionary, a linguistic Rosetta Stone indeed, waiting to unlock the secrets of a lost civilization. Napoleon's forces ultimately lose Egypt to the British, and the stone ends up in the British Museum, a trophy of war. But the intellectual prize is far greater than any military victory. The race to decipher the hieroglyphs begins. Scholars across Europe, armed with copies of the stone, grapple with the mystery. Many assume hieroglyphs are purely symbolic, a series of mystical pictures. But a young, brilliant Frenchman, asterisk asterisk Jean-Francois Champollion asterisk asterisk, approaches the problem with a different intuition. He's a linguistic prodigy, fluent in multiple ancient languages, including Coptic, the direct descendant of ancient Egyptian. You're with Champollion in the 1820s, watching him tirelessly pore over the Rosetta Stone, cross-referencing royal names in cartouches, those oval loops around hieroglyphs that mark royal names, comparing them to Greek transliterations. He has a flash of genius. What if some hieroglyphs are phonetic, representing sounds, while others are ideograms, representing ideas? What if they're a mixture, like our own writing system, where A is a sound, but and is a symbol? He works relentlessly, often to the point of exhaustion, fueled by coffee and an unshakable belief. The moment comes when he deciphers the names of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, matching Greek letters to hieroglyphic signs. Then he makes a monumental leap, realizing that these phonetic principles apply not just to foreign names, but to the native Egyptian language itself. He famously rushes into his brother's office, shouting "G-teens, I've got it," before collapsing from sheer exhilaration. In 1822, Champollion officially announces his decipherment. You feel the collective gasp of the academic world. Then, the surge of excitement. The floodgates open. Suddenly, 3,000 years of history. Millions of inscriptions on tombs, temples, papyri, and coffins become readable. The voices of the pharaohs, the priests, the scribes, the common people whisper across the millennia. It's like finding a universal translator for an entire civilization. The slumbering giant has finally awakened. With the language unlocked. The true era of Egyptology begins. It's a wild, unregulated scramble at first. European adventurers, diplomats, and wealthy collectors descend upon Egypt, often with little regard for scientific method. These are the days of the antiquarian, part explorer, part treasure hunter. You see them tearing through tombs, often destroying more than they preserve, looking for flashy artifacts to sell to wealthy patrons or fill museum collections. Coffins are smashed open, mummies unwrapped with ghoulish glee at public spectacles, and priceless artifacts are packed off to European capitals with barely a note of their context. It's the Wild West of archaeology, fueled by colonial ambition and a hunger for exotic wonders. But slowly, a more scientific approach begins to emerge. You encounter figures like Auguste Mariette a French archaeologist who arrived in Egypt in the mid-19th century. He was initially sent to buy Coptic manuscripts, but became captivated by ancient Egypt. He witnessed the rampant destruction and realized the urgent need for systematic excavation and protection. He convinces the Khedive of Egypt to appoint him Director of Antiquities, effectively creating the first modern Egyptian antiquities service. You see him imposing some order on the chaos, establishing the first Egyptian museum in Cairo, and conducting more methodical excavations, like the Serapeum at Saqqara, the burial place of the sacred Apis balls. He's often gruff, dictatorial, but absolutely crucial in laying the groundwork for proper archaeological practice. He's the first serious sheriff in this chaotic ancient town. As the 19th century turns into the 20th, the field becomes more professional, less about looting, more about understanding. The British now largely control Egypt. And with that comes more resources and organized expeditions. You see figures like W.M. Flinders Petrie the father of systematic Egyptology, meticulously documenting every scrap, pioneering stratigraphic excavation, digging layer by layer to understand chronological context, and publishing his findings. With unparalleled rigor, he's the scientist who brought order and precision to a field that desperately needed it. You can almost hear him tutting at the earlier, more destructive methods. And then, in the early 20th century, the stage is set for the discovery that will capture the imagination of the entire world, eclipsing all others. You're in the Valley of the Kings, the desolate, sun-baked necropolis on the west bank of the Nile, where the New Kingdom pharaohs hid their priceless tombs. For years, the valley was thought to be played out, its secrets exhausted. But one man believes otherwise. Asterisk, asterisk, Howard Carter, asterisk, asterisk. You're with Carter, a meticulous, obsessive British archaeologist, in the employ of the immensely wealthy Lord Carnarvon. For years, they toil in the valley, finding little, facing skepticism and dwindling funds. Carnarvon is ready to pull the plug, but Carter, with an unshakable belief, asks for one last season. In November 1922, after years of painstaking work, his persistence finally pays off. You're there, feeling the dry, dusty air of the valley, the relentless sun beating down. A step is discovered beneath the remains of ancient workmen's huts. Then another, and another, leading down to a sealed doorway. On the doorway, the distinct seal of the royal necropolis, unbroken for millennia. Carter sends his famous telegram to Carnarvon. Have made wonderful discovery in valley. A magnificent tomb with seals intact. Ray-covered same for your rival. Congratulations. You're there on November 26, 1922, when Carnarvon and his daughter, Lady Evelyn Herbert, finally arrive. Carter, with a small hole chipped into the upper left-hand corner of the sealed door, inserts a candle. You lean in, holding your breath. As he peers into the darkness, Carnarvon, impatient, asks, "Can you see anything?" And Carter's legendary reply echoes in your mind. Asterisk, asterisk, yes. Wonderful things. Asterisk, asterisk, you step inside with them, feeling the thrill, the awe, the sheer disbelief. The antechamber is crammed, literally piled high, with treasures, gilded couches shaped like beasts, inlaid chests, chariots, alabaster vessels, dismantled chariots, statues. It's not just objects, it's a frozen moment in time. An entire collection of objects prepared for a king's journey into the afterlife, undisturbed for over 3,000 years. It's like stumbling into an ancient Egyptian department store, but everything is made of gold and smells vaguely of eternity. But this is just the antechamber. Beyond another sealed door, the true prize awaits. The burial chamber of asterisk asterisk Tutankhamun asterisk asterisk. The boy king, the pharaoh whose existence was largely forgotten until this moment. You watch as they carefully break the final seal, revealing a massive, gilded shrine that fills almost the entire room. Inside that shrine, for more nested shrines. Then a stone sarcophagus, then 3 nested coffins to gilded wood, and finally, the breathtaking inner coffin made of solid gold, weighing over 250 pounds, and within it, the mummy of Tutankhamun himself, adorned with the iconic asterisk asterisk golden burial mask asterisk asterisk. Perhaps the most famous artifact ever discovered from ancient Egypt. The world goes wild. The discovery isn't just a scientific triumph. It's a global phenomenon. Newspapers are filled with images of the treasures. The curse of the mummy headlines start flying as some associated with the dig mysteriously die. Though later analysis blames local infections, not ancient magic. Mostly, it's the ultimate reality show, live from a tomb, captivating millions. The meticulous excavation takes years, and Carter, unlike earlier treasure hunters, documents everything with incredible precision, setting a new standard for archaeological practice. He's the ultimate clean freak, but with ancient dust and gold since Tutankhamun. Egyptology has become a highly sophisticated, multidisciplinary field. You see archaeologists now using ground-penetrating radar, satellite imagery, remote sensing, and even DNA analysis to uncover secrets without disturbing fragile sites. Conservation is paramount, ensuring these treasures survive for future generations. The focus is no longer just on kings and gold, but on the lives of ordinary Egyptians. Their villages, their diet, their diseases, their social structures. Historians and archaeologists are piecing together a much richer, more nuanced picture of daily life in this ancient land. The legacy of ancient Egypt is everywhere. You see its influence in architecture, art, literature, and even our language. Obelisks stand in major cities around the world. Mummies are conserved in museums, still offering that poignant, direct connection to a vanished past. Hollywood still makes blockbusters about pharaohs and curses. Tourists flock to the pyramids, gaze at the Sphinx, and wander through the colossal temples of Karnak and Luxor, feeling the same awe and wonder that ancient Egyptians must have felt. And as you stand here, feeling the desert wind whisper around you, the faint echo of ancient trumpets, and the rhythmic chant of laborers, still resonating through the ages, you realize that while the age of the pharaohs may have ended millennia ago, its story, its influence, and its enduring mystery continue to flow as relentlessly and unceasingly as the timeless Nile itself. The sands might have covered much, but they have also preserved, and perhaps, just perhaps, they still guard a few more wonderful things, waiting for their moment in the sun. Just like a perfectly preserved bedtime story that you can revisit again and again, finding new details with every retelling. Good night, and sweet dreams of ancient sands and golden wonders. And as those last golden visions gently begin to dissolve, like morning mist over the vast, shimmering surface of the Nile, you find yourself lingering, suspended in that liminal space between the vivid echoes of a distant past and the gentle pull of your own approaching slumber. The journey has been immense, hasn't it? A winding, sun-baked path through millennia, guided by the steadfast pulse of a river and the relentless ambition of human hearts. You felt the gritty dust beneath your bare feet in the earliest villages, tasted the promise of the first harvests, and heard the rhythmic chant of copper chisels on stone as the very concept of eternity began to take monumental shape around you. Remember the heat, that omnipresent, ancient warmth that seemed to bake the very air. drying your skin and promising both life and desolation in its fierce embrace. Feel it now, not as an oppressive weight, but as a lingering warmth, like sunlight, absorbed by ancient stone, radiating a gentle comfort, the scent of the Nile, that unique blend of damp earth, lush green growth, and the faint, almost metallic tang of life-giving water slowly softens, becoming a memory, a subtle fragrance that hints at cycles of renewal and timeless flow. The raucous sounds of bustling markets, the thunder of chariots, the joyous shouts of unification, and the desperate cries of conflict all begin to recede, fading into a hushed murmur, like distant waves breaking softly on a long-forgotten shore. You've witnessed the birth of kings, felt the tremor of their divine authority, and seen their monumental desires etched into the very landscape. From the humble, yet profound, aspiration of a simple mastaba to the staggering arrogance of the Great Pyramid, each stone was laid not just by human hands, but by an unwavering faith in the continuity of existence, a desperate hope for endless tomorrows. You were there as Imhotep dreamed in stone, as Snefru perfected the impossible angle, and as Khufu summoned mountains from the desert floor. You felt the sheer, unimaginable effort of tens of thousands of lives dedicated to a single, audacious vision to defy the brutal finality of death and carve a stairway to the stars for one man, ensuring the cosmic order for all. And then you saw the slow, inevitable creep of change, the erosion of absolute power, the rise of the local strongmen, the whispers of forgotten gods, and the terrifying fragility of a unified land. When the central hand wavered, you felt the sting of division. During the intermediate periods, the profound longing for to return. That cosmic harmony that promised order and prosperity. It was a human story, wasn't it? One of power grasped and lost, of empires rising with the fury of a storm and fading with the quiet sigh of exhaustion. You journeyed through the Middle Kingdom, a period of quiet resilience and introspective wisdom, where kings were less distant gods and more weary shepherds, burdened by the weight of their people. You heard their literature, filled with a newfound empathy for the human condition, reflecting on loss, exile, and the enduring search for belonging. You saw their ingenuity turn barren land into fertile bounty, a testament to practical vision rather than just spiritual ambition. And you felt the deep, steady current of devotion to Osiris, the god of rebirth, as the promise of the afterlife expanded beyond the pharaoh's exclusive domain, offering a glimmer of hope to every soul. Then, the sudden, jarring intrusion of the Hyksos, bringing new weapons and a brutal lesson in vulnerability, but also a catalyst. You witnessed the forging of the new kingdom, born from the crucible of foreign occupation, transforming Egypt from an insular kingdom into a global superpower, an empire built on the thunder of chariots and the glint of bronze. You marched with Thutmose III, the Napoleon of Egypt, across distant lands, and then floated on Cleopatra's gilded barge, feeling the intoxicating allure of power and desperate gambits in the face of an inexorable Roman tide. You felt the silence, of a once proud land subsumed by empires, a province in a vast, sprawling machine. But even then, the unique spirit of Egypt persisted, adapting, transforming. Its ancient traditions whispering beneath layers of foreign rule and new beliefs. The temples might have fallen silent, their gods forgotten by the masses, but their stones, their sheer, monumental presence, continued to stand, mute witnesses to the relentless passage of time, waiting for the moment when a different kind of curiosity, born of the Enlightenment and a scientific thirst for knowledge, would break through the layers of sand and reveal the secrets once more. You were there for that grand awakening, weren't you? With Napoleon's *Savant's*, meticulously documenting a buried world, and then with Champollion, unlocking the very voices of the ancients, pulling back the veil of millennia, and finally, with Carter, holding your breath as he peered into the dark void of a tomb, whispering those unforgettable words, wonderful things. You felt the thrill of discovery, the sudden, overwhelming realization that an entire civilization, once thought lost to the ages, could speak again, its golden wonders gleaming in the light of the modern world. And now, as the last echoes of that grand awakening gently soften, you're left with a profound sense of awe, a quiet understanding of the enduring power of human endeavor, of belief, and of the relentless, unceasing flow of time. The pharaohs are long gone, their empires crumbled, their gods worshipped no more, but their legacy, their timeless monuments, and the very stories you've just traversed remain. They are not merely relics of the past. They are whispered lessons in resilience, in aspiration, in the cyclical nature of power, and the eternal human yearning for meaning and immortality. Let the final images of this long, winding journey gently recede now. The golden glow of the setting sun over the Giza plateau, the cool shadow of a colossal statue, the glint of sunlight on the surface of the eternal Nile. Feel the last, soft breath of the desert wind caress your cheek, carrying not the dust of ages, but the gentle whisper of ancient secrets settling into comfortable silence. The world of ancient Egypt, in all its glory and its fading, rests now, not forgotten, but beautifully preserved within the quiet chambers of history, and within the very fabric of your own imagination. The river continues its patient, timeless flow, a steady, soothing presence that has witnessed it all. From the first tentative footsteps on its banks to the rise and fall of gods and kings. And now, you too can let go, drifting gently on the currents of your own consciousness into a realm of peace and quiet repose. The journey is complete. The stories are told. Just let the soft hum of the night embrace you, carrying away any lingering thoughts, allowing the quietude to settle in deeply, profoundly. There's nothing more to do, nothing more to see, nothing more to learn tonight. Only rest, gentle dreams, sweet dreams of a world so ancient, so magnificent, yet now so comfortably still. The sand sleeps, the river sleeps, and now you can sleep too. Good night.